So we'll start. Okay. No problem, Dinesh. You can join from today, but what I suggest you is please go through the session 1, 2, 3, which we have already covered. You send a mail to Techie Training team. They will forward that details. So if you are facing any issues after that, then after the class, we will have a discussion to cover whatever you have lost. Because if within the class, other people will have problem. Divakar, can you use file, exit, leave meeting option and again rejoin? We'll wait just 1 more minute because Divakar is logging off and relogging again. Now is it able? Now are you able to hear, Divakar? Okay. So next time onwards, if somebody is facing some issue, then just use the file, exit, leave meeting option, and then join back. Sometimes it will help. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Till now, we have discussed about the EPM layout options, and we will discuss one by one what are all the other things that are there in the report editor section. And when we have discussed in our last class, we have discussed about how to use the different context members and static members and how to use all these particular options when we are displaying it in the report part. Now, take an example like this. We have created one particular template. Ganesh, can you do the same thing? Can you try it again, Ganesh? Okay, here previously when we are discussing about how to add the top node as a first one and the children members as the below one in the web reporting part. Right now what we will be discussing is in the Excel part. So here also if you select the account dimension, say balance sheet, I'll just take member and descendants. Member and descendants option so that it is easy. Now if you see here, land and buildings is the least node. On top of it is fixed assets, on top of it is total assets, and balance sheet is the last first. And if some clients doesn't want to see like this, they want to see the total should be on the top and then base member should come below that. Then you have an option in Excel also. Go to edit report, options. You have to first remove this particular sheet, inherent sheet options. And then when you want to keep all the records, you have to use keep all so that all the line items will be displayed. And here we are saying the totals placement right now, the selection criteria is bottom and right. If you want top left, you can use top left or top right, whatever the indication you want, using the totals replacement option. We'll just change and we'll see how it will appear. Now, if you see here, I'll make it as top left and then we'll see the difference. Now, if you see here, the balance sheet, total assets and fixed assets and land and buildings. If you see these first 4 lines, you can identify there is one spacing has been left behind the first line item and then next line item and then next line item and then next line item. This is called indentation in our normal Excel. Why this indentation is shown here in reporting is in order to identify what is the first level, second level, third level and fourth level. In order to easily identify our reporting, this will be very, very useful with regard to the indentation. Sometimes some of the reports client doesn't want the indentation to happen. They want to see it all things in one line only without indentation. Then you have edit report option. Here we have selected indent children. Because of that we are getting the indentation. If you don't want the indentation to happen, then select no indentation. Press OK. Then all the report will be generated without indentation. So according to your requirement, you can select whether you want, if there is a hierarchy is there, whether you want indentation or not, or if you don't want indentation, you can select no indentation from the option section. And then next one is in web reporting, when we see there is something called selection criteria. And here in web reporting we have something called whether to choose it as input form or report. If you choose it as input form, there is save data button, and if you don't choose it as input form, there will be no save data button that will be available. But here by default the system will take or consider this as a report only. The save data button which is available here is in the disabled status. If you want to make this particular template as a input template, then you have to specifically go and maintain the same in the options section. Go to edit, options, use as input form. Once you enable this as an input form, what it will do is it will enable the save data button. Press OK. Now if you see, the save data button is enabled. Now if you want to change any value or add any value, suppose I am making it as 444 and press save data button. Now I am able to send the data to the database because I have created this as a input form. So by default, when you create anything in the BPC, it will be as a report. If you specifically want to make it as input form, you have to go into the options and enable it as a input form. And then the save data button will get enabled and you can send the data like this. Now the data is 444. Even if you refresh, the data is 444 because it is saving the data to the database. And then there is something called freeze data refresh. What happens is sometimes when we want some of the features, like whenever I am changing any of the thing from the context, I want the data to be refreshed automatically. In those cases, every time when I change any of the context members, data changes. So if I don't want that to happen when I am creating the template, I'll just put freeze data refresh. What it will do, until I clear this freeze data refresh, it will not bring the latest data from the database. So it's only when we are creating templates, it will be more useful, so that our time will be saved when we are creating templates. No need to run the template for each of the change. Set default value in the empty cell. This is very, very important, because if you see this input template, there are so many cells without values and it is showing as blank. Sometimes in some of our clients, when we are implementing, they are asking wherever there is no data, because in planning system, they will be sometimes bringing the data from the ECC system also. At that point of time, they are not sure that which line item or which combination doesn't have data. So what they will say is, wherever the data is not available when we are bringing from the ECC system, make it as 0, so that we can see the data which is available and we can see whether the data is correct or not, or else we will put some value in the 0 place. So sometimes the user requirement will be like that. In those cases, we have an option. Go to edit report, options, set default value in empty cell. You can put any of the things, or you can put 0, whatever you want. You can put it as set default value in empty cell, and empty cell default value, whatever you want to maintain, you can maintain either 0 or blank, whatever you want to maintain. Now I am maintaining it as 0. Press OK. Now all the blank cells will be filled up with 0 value. Some clients will have this kind of requirement. To support that, SAP is providing this option also. Next is set default value when member is not found in the shared access. What happens is, sometimes due to some error in the reporting, or sometimes due to master data not updating properly, there will be members which is there in the master data will not be found in the template. After implementation, or when you are updating the master data, it might not have taken properly. Those kind of situations, the template should show the default value like no member has been found. Then what you have to do, you have to go and process your dimension, which we have seen. Sometimes we have seen when we are doing, sometimes system will not update the particular dimension members. At that point of time, we have to go and manually process the dimensions, so that all the dimensions in the master data has been properly maintained. So whenever you find something no member found in the report, that means some members have been not found in the access properly. You have to maintain the master data correctly. So generally we will tick mark this so that whenever we are reporting or somebody who is working in a support project, they will be able to understand and they can rectify the mistakes so that we can identify this particular member is showing as no member found. For those purposes, we will keep it as on every time. And then there is something called dynamic formatting. This we will discuss at the end after discussing all these things, because this is a separate part we need to discuss separately. At that point of time, I will discuss how to use this dynamic formatting. And here there is something called key formula on data. What is this option refers to is whenever we are inputting some Excel formulas directly into our BPC template. If you want to keep the formula on the data which is there in the input template, you have to select this particular checkbox so that whatever the Excel formulas you are maintaining in the BPC template, it will remain as it is without any problem. Then calculate parent in hierarchies. Sometimes what happens is, I'll show you this. Go to insert. I'm just putting indentation in order to understand. We have already discussed that the data entry always is at the base level, that is the last level. And once we enter the data, system will do the automatic roll up till the top node. Save data. Now see, the system is automatically updating. When it is updating, after saving the data only. Before saving the data, I don't know what will be my top node values. But if I want to know what is my top node values also before saving the data, I have an option called calculate parent in hierarchies. Now if I select this checkbox, press OK. Now if you try to input some data, see, automatically before saving the data to the database, I am able to see what is my totals at the parents. Now if I refresh, there is no data because I have not saved the data. So before saving the data, if you want to see what is my totals at different levels, then you can select that checkbox so that without saving the data, you can find what is my total balance sheet or total assets. Sometimes what happens is when you are doing the planning or budgeting, the users department will know that this year marketing budget should not exceed say 1 lakh. So they will try to manage within that marketing division related GL accounts. They will try to manage when it is reaching to 1 lakh or not. So they will be putting so many permutations and combinations. So if I reduce this, whether I can achieve 1 lakh or not. In that way, what it is happening is from the end user point of view, every time he need not save the data and check whether the total is reaching to 1 lakh or not. Before saving the data itself, he can know that this particular value is reaching 1 lakh or not by using this particular option. So in some cases, wherever these kind of templates are there, those places we can use this particular option so that the end user will be very much able to do the what if analysis or changing the amounts in order to reach the target amount without saving the data to the database. Dinesh is having question, is you are authorized to change or save the data? Dinesh, I did not get your point. Yeah. User will be doing the planning in the BPC system. That is why he is authorized to do the changes. All the planning and everything they are doing in the BPC system directly. Only for actual data, they should not be authorized. For that, we will be looking, there are some Excel formulas we need to maintain how to restrict the user to restrict towards the actual data entry, permission and all. That we will see one by one after going through all the options. Okay, this is the option which is used for calculate parent in hierarchies. So that without saving the data, you can see the parent hierarchy values in easily. And do not store the connection and do not store the environment. What this refers is, whenever you are saving this particular template, you are saving this template against the connection name which you are connected to. For this, we are connected to the BPC server and then the environment and then the server name. So if you say that don't store connection and environment, what it will do is it will be against this particular environment only, and when you copy this particular report and use it in another client place also, then it will not check for environment as well as connection details. You can easily upload this particular report there also, and with simple modifications towards the dimensions and all, you can use this particular report there also. In those cases, you can maintain do not store connection and do not store environment in the template. Show unauthorized cell text. If there is any unauthorized cells that are there, like this unauthorized cells which are found unauthorized members, like that, if there is anything is there, if you want to show the text also, you can select this particular thing. If there is any unauthorized cell is there, like without member and all, it will show the text details there. So these are the some of the options SAP BPC has provided. If you want to keep it, you can keep it. Otherwise, you can leave it as blank. And this dynamic formatting we'll discuss separately. And here we are having something called rows and columns. Keep all, that is what I have selected here. Keep all means it will keep all the rows with values and with zeros also. I'll just check. I'll remove this set default value in empty cell and I'll say that keep all. Now if you see, I am having data in January and February towards land and buildings, which is rolled up to till the balance sheet. Now if I say that remove empty rows and empty columns, I'll first show you remove empty rows. Now if you see here, all the rows which doesn't have data that have been removed. Sometimes what happens is when we are doing the reporting, there will be so many data elements that this particular year will not have data, and the management doesn't want to see those line items in the reporting part. At the input part, the user should require those details because he has to input the data whether the value is required to enter for that particular GL or not. But in reporting part, it is not required for them to look all the zero values or wherever there is no data. In those cases, if we select that particular checkbox and remove empty, then whatever the data is there, only it will show only those values, so that your analysis will be very easy, and it is also a dynamic one. This year you are having data for land and buildings, next year you don't have. If you select that, automatically your report will be refreshed each year when you are each year or each time when you are looking the report, and automatically wherever the data is not there, it will be removed from the list. And here, if you see here, the column is showing because I have selected only remove empty rows. If I select remove empty columns also, then this column doesn't have any data at all. Then it will be removed also from the list. Remove empty. Now the March month will go off. See, the March month is gone because we have selected remove empty columns also. I'll just put keep all. Now we'll enter some more details in some more rows. Now I will use the same option, remove empty. Now it will show wherever the values are there. Now I am making this 222 as 0 value and save the data. Since some value is there, that is either 0 or anything, some value is there, system will show the 0 value line items also. And if you use this option, set default value in empty cell as 0, even if you remove this option, this 0 value will appear. Why? Because this 0 has happened because there is already some existing value that you have made it as 0. If blank is made it as 0, then if you remove this option, then that line item will go off. But if you are already value is there, you are making it as 0, that means a value is there in this particular cell. So if sometimes if I don't want, the value to be reflecting here, the 0 values also, then what I have to do? I have to use remove empty and 0 values. Now the 0 values will also be gone. So wherever you don't want 0 values as well as empty cells, you can use empty and 0 values. And Kamlesh is having a question, why does Q1 is not reflecting the value? Because Kamlesh, here the master data is not maintained properly. But if you are working in live environment, they have to update one note with respect to the time. That note has not been updated. If you are working in live environment, your basis consultant will take care about that. It will automatically roll up. Yeah, here they are not able to apply that particular note. We checked it. Due to some issues, they are not able to update, and they cannot write to the SAP also, because these are normal outside SAP systems we are using. So that's why we are not able to include this. But generally, when we work in live implementation projects, that will be automatically taken care by your basis consultants. And in web reporting, we have seen that we are having something called nested reports, where you have multiple dimensions in row axis and multiple dimensions in column axis, which we have seen when we are using the comparing like actual with plan. Like that, we have compared using the column axis, and product with the GL accounts, we have used it for nested reporting in the row axis. The same thing we'll see here also, and we will know how to use that. So I'm bringing another thing called entity into account dimension, and in account dimension I'll just select 2 or 3 accounts in order to understand it clearly. Entity also I'll choose 3 entities. V is having a question, can we see the property attribute of dimension on a report? Yes, View. Still we are just looking towards the options in the report editor. After these options in the report editor, we have to look into the some of the EPM formulas. As I said when we are discussing the first class on Excel, there are EV formulas which are there in 7.5 through which we are using all these functionalities in the edit report. These options are being used using the EV functions. Now they have managed to bring all those things in the tabular format using these tabs. But after that I said that there are some more points which we need to discuss through EPM formulas. Those are the formulas which we need to use to bring the dimension property values. I said 10 formulas are there which we need to discuss. In that 10 formulas, that is one of the formula. No, not EB Hari, EV formulas. In 7.5 we call it as EV formulas, in 10 we call it as EPM formulas. Okay, now if you see this report, I am seeing by account wise the 3 entities and the values. And here also I am having Jan, Feb, March. If I want nested report in columns also, what I have to do? I have to bring something into columns also. So for our understanding, we will select actual budget. Okay, now if you see here, I am seeing by January what is actual budget, by February what is actual budget, March. And this is called outer dimension and this is called inner dimension. Similarly, this is called outer, this is called inner dimension. And right now here I am seeing account receivable and then the 3 entities. And the other 2 lines with respect to outer dimension are blank. Sometimes what happens is, some of the finance users will ask that I need these 2 rows also to be filled up with the details. Otherwise, when I draw my pivot table for further analysis or anything, once this report is generated, it will be difficult for me to do the pivot table on these blank cells. So in some reports, they might ask for the details to be repeated till the next row starts with respect to outer dimension. In those cases, we have edit report, option, repeat row headers. Now if you see, automatically wherever the blank is there in the outer dimension till the next value starts, it will automatically update the values. Similarly here also, if you want, in order to have your pivot properly working, you can maintain options, repeat column headers. Like this you can repeat, and this we have already seen, so I am just removing this option, repeat column and row. And here we are seeing by account wise, entity wise. If I want to see in Australian entity all these 3 accounts at a time, then we have to make Australia as the first dimension and account as the second dimension. Here you right click, move to top. Here also if you want to see by category wise all the months, move to top. Now if you see by Australia all the GL accounts and by category all the 3 months. So like this you can use by anything with anything. That is why this is called multi-dimensional reporting. By whichever way you want to see the report, by entity wise all the GL accounts or all the GL accounts by entity wise, by category wise, by month wise, anything with anything combination you can draw it. The first dimension will call outer dimension, this is outer dimension, and this is called inner dimension. Similarly here this is called outer dimension, this is called inner dimension. So depending upon user requirements, sometimes he want to see by this, sometimes he will want to see by this. Based on that, we can change our reporting format easily without much difficulty. If you are doing the same changes, suppose if you have worked in Report Painter or something in ECC, you know how much difficulty in order to change one axis with another axis and all the combination axis will change. So in here in BPC, by just click of a button, you can change by anything with anything without much problem. So till now, if you have any doubts with respect to option section, please let me know before moving on to other small things, sorting, filtering, and ranking. Okay. For sorting purposes, I'll just remove this entity. I want to show you separately how it works. Balance sheet, base level. I'll put some values so that we will see how the sorting, filtering, and ranking is working. Save data. Now go to edit report, sorting. Here you have, if you want to use this particular thing, you have to use this checkbox. Once you select this checkbox, this will get enabled. This is normal your Excel sorting, but SAP has provided directly in the tabs so that you can use it very easily. Now, if you want to sort the data based on which criteria you want to sort the data, based on which column, I am saying based on first column. So either you can select if there are multiple columns. If you are selecting only first and last column, you can directly select from this checkbox. Anything other than first and last, if you want to select, it will display all the columns. You can select that particular column. And here the sorting order, ascending order or descending order. Now if you see, it has sorted in the ascending order. If you want a descending order, automatically it will sort in descending order. So according to your requirement, you can sort the things. If you see here, once it is sorting the other columns also automatically. Previously this 333 is showing here. So automatically by account wise, all the other months also will get sorted out. This is the sort option which we are using. And then filtering. If you want to filter, use the filtering option, you have to select this particular checkbox. Whether your filtering is based on the row or column data. Suppose if I am selecting row values, January 2013. What control Z you means, Kamlesh?
So let's say if I have done something and I don't know, I've done something wrong and I have to revert it back.
Okay, this report editor, it will not be there because report editor we are doing the customization. Okay. So in customization there is nothing called control Z. We have to remove the checkbox and do that. Only when you are entering some data in Excel, like your normal Excel, if you have entered something and if you put control Z, the data will be there, gone, but not in the editor screen.
Perfect.
Okay. Okay. Now if I want to say is greater than 500 and if I want to add any other criteria also, I can add the criteria. Second criteria also I have to select on which data, and I am saying greater than 500 but less than or equal to 2000. Press add criteria. I'm selecting and. I can select or also. Or means only within that criteria, and means between these two it will show. Press OK. So whatever the data between 500 and 2000 will only get displayed. Like this you can filter on your entire report which data you want to see. Okay, this is one option. And then we have another thing called ranking also. If you want to rank the data. If you want to use this, you can use rank data. Same way I am saying first column and last column. If you want to add any other column into consideration, you can select from here. You can use top 5, bottom 5. It is not 5. You can use any number, top 3 number or top 2 or top 3. Your entire data, top 3 values will be shown. If you want to see the bottom 3, you can see the bottom 3 values. Like this, you can use normal sorting, filtering and ranking options which is possible in your Excel. The same way they have made it as tabs so that you can use it easily without much difficulty. Techie training team, can you help Ganesh because he is not able to listen anything. Now the next tab is very important, that is called read only data. Sometimes what happens is in templates some of the GL accounts which should not be edited by the end user. It should be allowed to be edited only by the certain top management people only, and it should not be allowed to enter in the normal input template. So a separate input template will be provided to the top management where they can enter some of the key GL account related values. And by mistake also the end user should not enter the data in those GL accounts, and it should only be a display value. But generally when we are saying it should be only display value, we will not create security on the GL account basis. If we start creating GL account basis security, if I am having 1000 line items, I need to define so many security profiles. So it will not be like that way. Suppose, for example, in this report, say retained earnings, we don't want the end user to change this particular value. This should be provided by certain top management only in their input template. Now, once they have given me this as an input template option, since there is no restriction on the GL account in security part, I can go ahead and change this particular data and save data. But from the general user, they should not be allowed to change these kind of GL accounts, and they should only view that my retained earnings is only this much. In those circumstances, what we will do, we cannot create security on the line item level in the GL account. So in the edit report option, read only data, for account dimension, select members. What account we don't want the end user to see? The retained earnings account. So select retained earnings. If you want multiple also, you can select multiple accounts. Right now I am showing only one account, but you have an option to select multi accounts also, like here. Suppose shareholders equity also should not be changed. So now I selected 2 accounts. You can select multiple accounts. For me right now it is account is there in the row axis. I have selected account. If I am having other dimensions also, I can select other dimensions also into consideration. Suppose sometimes what happens, for this retained earnings account, only for actual data, you should not do this particular data entry. Then it is an intersection data, actual and account combination. Then you have to select intersection and then select for this particular actual category for this account, it should not be allowed. For normal things, it will be allowed. Now I have selected retained earnings and shareholders equity as read-only data. We'll try to change this particular data. See, there is no data to save. See, why it is showing there is no data to save? Because we have selected this particular account as read-only account, and by mistake also the end users are not allowed to change the data. Now if you refresh, automatically the stored value will come again. Even if you try to change, system will not show this as a value field. It will show no data to save. And we have selected this. Now if I try to enter the data in the budget section, say 4, save the data. Here also I am not allowed to change the data because I have selected the read-only on retained earnings account with any combination. So if I particularly want to restrict, for actual category retained earnings only should be blocked. Budget should be allowed to enter by the end user. Now what I will do? I will go to edit report, filtering. Okay. At intersection, account, category, actual. Press OK. Now what I made the intersection of the data only should be read only. Now I will try to change this particular value. Save data. See, there is no data to save. And refresh, it will automatically show you the value that is there in the database. Now try to enter the data for the same account in budget section. See, now it is showing one data records is allowed to save. Why? Because I have selected a combination of account as well as category. So now what it is doing, it is blocking only for this particular GL account with this category of the data. So like this I can maintain individually with all the combination, or with a certain intersection of the data also I can log the particular cells from the user input. These are very, very important. Previously when we are working in 7.5, in order to enable these kind of functionalities, we have to write so many EV formulas. Now all those complications they have reduced and they made it as very simpler in BPC 10. Kamlesh is having a question. Kamlesh, I did not get your point. Let's say they want account type level.
So, Sai, I mean, right now it's only allowing us to lock it at the category level. And if let's say if you
at the master data level, yes.
Yeah. So let's say if you want to say, I don't want user to be making change to any P&L account or at the account type level.
At this point of time, they have not enabled that feature. Even that request was there in the request section. Generally, people will be requesting to SAP that these features can be enabled or not as an extra add-in functionality in the additional service packs. This was also one of the criteria some people have raised, but still it is under consideration only. At SAP has not released anything on that.
Okay. And Sai, can I deviate a little bit? I mean,
No
the
problem.
account type, I mean, are those account types predefined by SAP? Like,
Yeah, predefined: expense, assets, liabilities, and income. These 4 only we can use.
and those are acronyms for it. I mean, if you can
Yeah,
provide.
these are the acronyms. When you first time log in into the system also, SAP will provide, because you will be copying an environment from environmental shell, correct? From environmental shell you will be copying it. So when you copy the environmental shell in your account dimension, only those 4 will be there.
Okay.
Anyway, I'll show you once again. So that anyway, this doubt is very useful for other people also.
Thanks a lot.
Okay. So if you see here, AST is the assets and EXP is the expenses, INC is the income, LUQ is the liabilities. Even if you try to change it as LEQ or LIA, whatever it is. If you see the details, see account type LIA is invalid account type. Only the system defined account types only can be used. So even by mistake also, if you use something else than this, system will throw up an error for you. Kamlesh, that is your question, right? Okay.
Yes.
No problem. So at present, as Kamlesh asked, we cannot provide the read-only part with respect to only based on the properties. At present, still it is in the master data level only, not extended till the what you can call it as property level.
And Sai, I mean, this is not provided by SAP as a standard. Is there a way we can enhance or something? Let's say in ACC, you can always have an ABAP code to do anything you want.
Here, because this is purely an Excel add-in, we cannot do any coding towards the Excel frame. So, logic towards logic, as you said, the BPC has very limited logic capability. BPC has limited scripting capability. There, SAP allowed to use baddies and exits, but here SAP has not allowed at all.
Okay.
Because this is purely an Excel.
Yeah, makes sense.
Mitesh is having a question. How do you select when loading data from R3? Mitesh, I did not get you. How do you select when data loading from R3 means? You mean to say read-only data? I did not get your question. Oh, assets, liabilities, how to maintain this master data and all. Yeah. When we are loading the master data, we'll discuss how to maintain that, because similar to that, when you are loading your transaction data into BW system, wherever there is no data is available, you will put some blank or some value there. Similarly, wherever there is a conversion required, you will do BW conversions, transformations, or whatever you call it as routines and all. The same way here also we need to do those kind of routines when we are bringing the data from ECC to BW to BPC system. So when we are discussing on the data load part, we will discuss that, how to load data, how to use the conversions and transformations and all. Sandeep, here we don't have a statistical concept because everything in BPC is only using asset liabilities and the equity and asset liability, income and expense only. We cannot maintain statistical separately apart from this. We can maintain statistical data separately in a GL account with any of the naming convention like expense or anything we can keep, but we cannot keep anything without any of the account type in the BPC system. That is the mandatory thing. Okay. Sandeep, have you got your answer? Okay. So with respect to the other sections, we have something called local members. I'll show you how this local members will work after explaining the other values also. Then I'll come back and discuss the local members part separately. Member names. What this refers to is sometimes what happens is whenever we are working in an organization, some people will use a different naming convention compared to other people. Generally, this will not happen when you are using the ECC system because it's standard across the globe. But when you are using the planning system, some people will call it as a different naming convention in plan because some people will use a different terminology in order to associate the same data. Those kind of people, if they want to see their own naming conventions instead of the naming convention that is there in the master data, system provides that option also to change that. Suppose if I am using retained earnings here and I don't want to use this as a retained earnings, I want to keep it as net profit. Net profit RG. This is the naming convention some of the people are aware of. They are not aware of what is retained earnings refers to. Then we can create a template and we can distribute this template only to those users who want the net profit RE should be displayed in their reporting. You can press override. What happens is in this particular template which we are going to share it to say particular 1, 2, 3 entities where they are aware of net profit RE. Now press OK. System will automatically change this description to net profit RE, which they are familiar with. Like that, you can use a different description in the master data and we can override with the naming convention which is suitable for the end users also. In some of the places, this might be a requirement that also can be satisfied with this particular option called member names using the override functionality. And sometimes when we are doing the reporting, suppose if I am selecting, for example, I am selecting balance sheet, I am selecting the base members. And I might be, here it is showing the list is very simple. Sometimes some companies will have thousands of GL accounts. In that, if the list is going towards 400, 500 GL accounts, if I select base members, then if I want to exclude only 2 or 3 items from that particular list should not be displayed to the end user at all. Then what I have to do? I cannot select individually because if I select individually, what happens is later on if some more additional GL accounts added to the list, then I cannot see that in the report because I have individually selected the GL accounts. And individual selection of GL accounts, other 448 GL accounts will be very cumbersome. And for those purposes, we can do the exclude member option and we can select what members to be excluded. Suppose here I am excluding retained earnings group as well as minority. It should not be displayed to the end users at all. Then select those accounts retained earnings group and retained earnings minority. So both accounts I have selected, press OK. Now even though I selected the balance sheet and base level members, I'm not able to see the GL accounts which are being excluded from this particular template. So it will allow the management to take certain decisions that these particular profit or minority shareholders profit should not be displayed to the end users who are working on the templates. So in that way they can control this, and by selection of the base members they can display other base members easily without much difficulty. And if any new additional GL accounts are also added, it will automatically come as a base members. So we are not restricting and we are not making the report as a static report. We are making the report as a dynamic, and we are excluding only particular line items from the particular report so that our dynamic capability will remain as it is. Then member insertion filtering. This is very important function. Now if you see here, I am having all the balance sheet accounts. If I want to add some P&L accounts also and I want to input some data, now what I can do, I can right click, EPM, insert members, select. Suppose I am adding one more GL account called financial income and expenses. Press OK. Press OK. Now see, financial income and expenses have been added along with the list which is provided by normal account dimension. I selected balance sheet and then base members. Now I have selected from right clicking and I am inserting a new member which is not provided by the consultant who have developed this report. And if you try to input the data, system will allow the data input and send the data to the database. So if we want to restrict the end users not to include any of the additional GL accounts from this particular insertion filtering, we can exclude that from this particular list. Go here, member insertion filtering, edit filter. Suppose I want the end user only to use these two GL accounts when he right clicks and sees the list of GL accounts. Now press OK. Previously I am able to see all the GL accounts when I right click and see. Now I am saying even the end user by mistake also should not select any other GL accounts apart from these two GL accounts when he right clicks it. Select, press OK. Now you try to go and see, go PM, insert members, select members. See, you will be able to see only these two GL accounts which I have purposefully allowed to enter even by the right click option. So in this way also you can restrict the end user not to tamper with the template which you have provided, because once they start tampering this template which you have already having built-in formulas and all, it will get affected. So we don't want the end user to do all those things. In this way also we can restrict the end users from taking the additional members. Dinesh is having a question. Can you see at once what all changes you have made to the report? No, Dinesh. These are all the configuration steps which we are making. So if you have made some configurations and if you have changed the configurations, we cannot track that. Similar way, this is more of an Excel thing which we are just changing the options one by one and all. So where there is no control at all. All this, whatever the access which we are saying is only provided to the consultants and super user of the client. So generally we will not be having any access controls at super user level and as well as consultant level. So these are with respect to the members which we are talking about. Now we'll see, I'll just take balance sheet and member and descendants option. Now I have something like this, and if I am putting some formula here, say February, January minus February. Like this, I am putting some Excel formula. Okay. Already. If I am putting formula like this minus this. And if this formula I want to copy to the all line items, I have to use normal Excel copy option. So I am using the normal Excel formulas which I am capable of using the normal. Now if the report remains the same without any changes, then you don't have any problem with your Excel formulas. But what happens, instead of balance sheet, I want to see only total assets. Now I will select total assets and I will refresh. What is happening? Your rows are contrasting. Okay, I think we have made it as constant. Now if you see here in your report, the other cells where you have put your Excel formula is showing reference error because the row axis is getting contrasted. These items have been lost. And again, when you select balance sheet, the formulas which has been as a reference will not get values correctly. Even though the expanded data is having values, since already your reference error has came from the Excel, you cannot get the values. So the main problem is when it is contrasting, when it is expanding, your Excel formulas will not work properly because of the referential integrity with normal Excel. See now all the Excel formulas have been lost because I selected liabilities. Now if I select assets, even the asset formulas will be lost because the rows are constantly changing, increasing and decreasing based on the selection criteria. So if you go for normal Excel formulas, it will have these problems. Till 7.5 we are facing these issues with respect to usage of Excel formulas. So we have to do lot of EV formulas in order to build a simple Excel formula. Now SAP has rectified that issue in 10 and they have released something called local members. In order to activate that, you have to go to options, sheet options, activate local member recognition. This is very, very important. Activate local member recognition. Once you activated this, now you try to input Excel formula. It will automatically create as EPM local member formula. I'll show you how it will create. So I'm using the same formula, that is January minus February. Sometimes it is not working. I'll close this report and I'll open another report. Okay, I'll create a new report. Okay, now I'll just check whether the activation. This minus this. I don't know why sometimes it is not working here. Okay, I'll check why it is not working from here. I'll try to check in next class why it is not working uh, as we have requested. So I'll discuss this local member formulas separately. I don't know why it is not taking properly. So this is with respect to the edit report except the local member formulas. Till now, if you are having any doubt on this part, please let me know so that I'll clear those doubts before moving into the formatting section. Dinesh is having a question, can we use VBA with this report? Yes, Dinesh. It's like normal Excel. You can use any of your macros for this report or template, anything what you want to use. You can use those kind of macros into the BPC reporting part. Okay, so before we discuss on the formatting part, there are other options here. It is very important. I'll discuss those things and then I'll move on to the formatting section. We have something called planning formulas, which are very, very useful from the end user perspective when he is working on the planning scenarios. Ganesh, with respect to recapping means each system, each thing what we have discussed, we have to select that particular option, then only we need to discuss, then only we can see the result. Otherwise, I cannot separately say that in short how it is working and all, because I need to show it, then only you can understand each tab separately. So in short, if you want to say options will have different options, how your totals look like, and whether to use it as input form, how to maintain your data, row headers, rows and all. Sorting will sort the data. Filtering will filter based on the criteria you are maintaining. Ranking will rank what top and what is the bottom 5 or whatever you want. Read only if you want to keep any of the dimension members should not be edited by the end user, you can use read only. Local members I will discuss. Member names, if you want to override some of the member names with your own naming convention, you can maintain member names. So if the user should not be able to see any of the particular members from the list, you can exclude those members. Member insertion filtering means if the end user wants to right click and add any of the line items, he should not be allowed to do so using the member insertion filtering. So that is the in short what we have discussed on the edit report section. Now Dinesh is having question, member names, can we see the original names? See, whatever here we are seeing is the original description of the master data that is available. That we are overriding using the member names. See, if I am having a template like this, okay. Now I have something called planning functions which are useful when the end user is doing the planning. Here I have something called spread. What is spread is generally when we are doing the planning, I know that this year the advertisement expenditure is only say 1 lakh or 10,000 for our example purposes. I need to split it to the 12 months. So if I want to split it equally, then what I have to do, I have to take the calculator and I have to put the value divided by 12 and I have to input all the values month by month. So in that way, I'll be wasting a lot of time. Instead, if I select the source value and if I select the destination cells where I need to post those values in this 12 months for this particular GL account. Say total assets. Press OK. And overwrite the existing values or add to the existing values. First I will discuss overwrite option. Press OK. Now if you see here, now system is working properly. Okay, I'll discuss that also. Now if you see spread functionality, now I am saying 10,000 I want to split it to this particular GL account for all the 12 months. Press OK. Now if you see here, system automatically split the value equally to all the 12 months. Sometimes user will require to do this apportionment where he knows the source value. Sometimes what happens is he might have the revenue for that particular period. I'm just taking 1, 2, 3 like that. There might be revenue values that will be available with the end user. So based on that, the management want to split the current year expenditure, say certain advertising expenditure based on the sales of that particular year or previous year. They want to see the sales, and based on that current year advertisement should be split. So now if I want to split my advertisement based on the previous year revenue, so suppose my previous year revenue is like this, so which is totaling to 35. So I want to split this 10,000 into these things. So what I have to do? I have to first take 10,000 divided by 35. The total I have to take into whatever is the proportion of the current month revenue. Like this I have to maintain all the things. In this way I need to calculate everything. I need to split the data. So if it is one GL account, I can understand. If you are dealing with multiple GL accounts, so like this, if I am getting the values, the same thing I can achieve it using this planning functionality, spread. Say I'll take the same example, 10,000. I want to split the values and post it into, say, this particular GL account. Okay. And based on the weights, which I know that previous year revenue data, and use overwrite the existing values. Now if you see the values, it is same. So based on the weight, I have automatically split the values. So I need not calculate all these things. I can use this functionality and I can arrive the values. Now your management is saying like this. Now you have 10,000. Now management is saying add 3 more thousand in the same proportion to the expenditure. Then what you have to do? You have to make it as 13,000 and then you have to recalculate all the values. Instead you have spread. Now you want to add another 3,000. In what cells? In the same cells, because you want to split the 3,000 also added to the current value. And in what proportion? If you want a different proportion also, you can add the different proportion there and use add to the existing values. Now what you are having already 10,000 splitted in the same proportion. Now you are adding 3 more thousand in the same proportion. Now see, system automatically taken the values with 13,000. If you add these things, now it will become 13,000, which is apportioned in the same proportion which you have provided the weights. See, the sum is becoming as 13,000. So these are very, very useful from the end user point of view when they are doing the actual planning. Yeah, Kamalesh, I have taken the account only for an example like total assets. You can do it at any of the line item level. That is what I mean to say. When we are entering in BPC, it is always at base level. Just for example, I have taken that line.
Yeah, so I was just trying to confirm that
Yeah.
we cannot do the, okay.
No, we cannot do the posting at top node.
Okay, thanks. I was just trying to confirm it.
No problem. Okay, so this is the advantage of using the spread functionality, which will allow you to spread the values where you know the source, and if you know the weights, with weight you can spread, or if you don't know, you can spread it equally. And another option is called trend. Now, if I know a source value, I want to increase it by a certain percentage or by a certain value. Suppose I am saying my sales will be 10,000 and it should raise every month by 10%. Then I need not calculate 10,000 first month. On the 10% is 11,000. On that is 111. Like that, I need not calculate and add all those values. I can use this function. Say I am using 1000. I am increasing by 10%. What are all the destination cells? Suppose I am putting this line. See, automatically system is adding 10% for each of the month by rising 10% on 1464 and adding it to the existing value. Like that, system automatically posts. So wherever your training is required, I want to increase my sales by 10% every month. Like that, if you are planning, you can use this as a source and then you can spread it by either the value or percentage. If it is value, it is a straightforward calculation. Suppose if I am putting trend, say I am putting say 100, value increase by 10. I am inputting this data into these line items. Yes, okay. See, 110, 120, 130, so it is increasing by value. The same option is available with overwrite functionality as well as addition to the existing line items. So here trend is, if you are trending the value based on either a percentage increase or by a value, you can use the trend functionality. Now we have another thing called weight. Weight is something like, suppose if I am already having certain value, I need to increase those value by a certain percentage. Then what I need to do, suppose for example, I am taking this example. Suppose take the current assets value. I am having 1980 as my value. Total value is 1980. Total value is 1980. Now what I am doing? I am going to weight. I want to allocate this sum, that is 1980. Where I am getting these values? By this. And I want to increase this value by say 10%. So 1980 plus 198 should be added. Now I am increasing 10% and it should increase based on the same proportion which the value is already available. Then I am taking this as a weights and I am increasing by 10%, that is 198. 198 should be added to each of the line item in the same proportion like 110, 120, 130. So I am using this. Now if you see, the total is becoming 2178. So 2178 minus 198, 1980. Now what? 198 has been split based on the proportions which I am already having. So in that way, if you are already having certain data and you want to increase it by a percentage, and based on the same proportion, it needs to increase the additional value also by a percentage or by value, you can use weight functionality. Planning weight. So where you know how much sum need to be allocated and by percentage how much you need to increase based on the already available weights. Then you have to use this particular weight option. The values in the destination cells will be used as the weights for calculating this option. That is why it is showing weights is the value in the destination cell which are being used. So in this way, you can simplify the life of the planning user where they are doing the planning. We are taking a simple example of one line item, two line items. Some people will be doing 5-year rolling planning and 10-year rolling planning when their government agencies are involved. So for them, in order to calculate these items line by line and post it, it will be very, very cumbersome job when they are dealing with hundreds of GL accounts. With this, it can be very simplified. Suppose if the user has entered some amount, the management says that increase by 10% or you put another 5,000 extra in the same proportion, then he has to calculate entire thing separately and he has to post that, which is a very, very cumbersome job. From the end user point of view, when we are discussing these options with the end user and we are implementing, they are very happy to use these functionalities in their planning scenarios, and they said that it saves a lot of time for them. So for that purpose, I am saying this is very, very important functionality, not from consultant perspective, but we need to educate the end users how to use that in order to benefit from the BPC system. So if you are having any doubts on this particular thing, just let me know so that I'll clear those doubts. Okay. So previously when we are discussing the local member, somehow it is not working. Now if you see here, if I put a formula like this, once I selected it as a local member formula, then it will come like this. Say I'm putting this minus this. Or suppose I am putting formula like this. I'll hide some of the rows so that see, once I create any formula, system automatically treats as the local member formula in BPC. Once I have activated this option called activate local member recognition, system automatically creates a formula for this. If you see here, this is EPM formulas which I am talking. This system will automatically create EPM local member formula. Automatically system recognizes your Excel formula as local member formula in BPC system. So what is the advantage of your local member formula rather than your Excel formula? Now if you see, this is my Excel formula B9 minus C9, and this system has created it as a local member. Now if I try to change this total assets to balance sheet, now my line item is keep expanding. See, automatically your formula is also keep expanding. There is no reference, and if I select total liabilities, and your line items will contrast, and still the formula will remain the same. Until the last line item, your formula will remain intact. So that is the advantage of using normal BPC local member formula rather than the Excel formula, which is having so many problems, like whenever the data is expanding and contrasting, your references will be lost and you cannot see the formulas in the template. Once you customize and give it to the end user, once they run it, your formulas are lost. So that is why SAP suggested, whenever you want to create your Excel formulas, select sheet options, make it as activate local member recognition, and then try to input your Excel formula, whatever might be your Excel formula. The same Excel formula which you are writing previously without selecting as a local member, now you create it as a local member. System will automatically take that as a local member. Now the problem is, system has taken the formula correctly and it is contrasting and expanding. But the naming convention, I am not satisfied with this naming convention. If I want to edit this, now you can go to edit, select the local members. System will show you the local member formulas it has created. This is the description. You can enable this, use, say, add. I'm just putting some example. And press OK. So I am giving this add, and I am saying use as Excel reference. So system will create EPM formulas for this particular thing. It is showing EPM position 1 minus position 2. I don't want to use those things. I want to use Excel formulas like B9 minus C9. So I have to select use Excel references and delete the system driven formula. S is equal to, what is the formula? B9 minus C9. That is my normal Excel formula. I want to replace with the system formula. Press OK. Now see, your local member description has changed and your normal Excel formulas have came like B9 minus C9, so that it is easy for you to give the naming convention and give your Excel formula directly in the local member sheet. In this sheet, when you create first time, system will, like this, if you see local member 003, system will create the formula here. So instead of system formula, you want to make it as your own formula, you give the Excel formula directly here and you can change the description. And here you are having something called insert position after 5th line item, after 6th line item, or attach after this local member. Suppose if I am selecting local member, attach this formula after add. Then system will add this formula to local member formula after this add formula has been there. Like this you can use it, and you can change the positions also based on your requirement, and you can edit this. reporting V9 say divided by C9. So since there is no value here, it is showing as divisible. See, if you put some value, it will automatically show you the formula. And now you can expand, contrast, whatever you want. You can do it using the options. So like this, system will automatically contrast the formula or expand the formula if you use it as local member formula. Once you created it as local member formula, you can go and edit the local member formula description and the formula with your normal Excel formulas. In this way, you can easily build your Excel kind of functionalities directly into the BPC reporting without much difficulty. Till 7.5, if you want to add any of the Excel formulas, it is very cumbersome job. Now with 10, they have introduced the local member concept, which is a new concept which is not available in 7.5 reporting. Dinesh, I will cover the comment section also. After this, we have comments part. After discussing the formatting, I'll discuss on the comments part also. There is something called comments where we can do line item level or at header level, that we will discuss. Any questions on this till now? Okay, then we'll just give me a minute. I'll be back. Yeah, wherever you want, you can add the weights, Dinesh. It is not a line item or GL account specific. You can add it to any of the GL accounts. But what Kamalesh question is, since current assets is a top node, the data entry always happens at base level. That is why he asked why you have kept it under total assets. Just to show you line item, I selected that. But wherever the baseline items are there, there only you will input the data like this. System automatically rolls up till the current assets level. You need not do that. Suppose if I am adding some value here in cash, system automatically rolls up and put in the current assets. You need not do that. See, automatically the current assets value is included the base level value. This is what your question, Dinesh? Okay, no problem. Give me a minute, I'll be back and then we'll discuss on the formatting section. Okay, So with respect to formatting, which is the left out in the edit report section, when we press on the formatting, view formats, here it will create one more sheet called EPM formatting sheet. I'll just click on this, then you see an additional sheet added before sheet 1. See, before sheet 1, the EPM formatting sheet has been added. Now here, SAP has given two levels of formatting. One is hierarchical level of formatting and another is dimension or member property level formatting. 99% of the reporting templates which we use will use only this formatting. 99.9% we can say, because this is having multiple options to create your reports more simpler and easy to understand. And hierarchical formatting is only helpful when there is only hierarchy and you cannot create any additional reporting requirements with the hierarchy formatting section. So that is why 99.9% will use dimension member formatting only, but still it is there. We'll just see how the hierarchical formatting is working. But till now in my experience I have never seen anybody using the hierarchical formatting separately because of limited capabilities. And there is one more formatting called row and column banding formatting. What this does is odd line items will have different formatting, even line items will have different formatting. Only this thing can be possible in this particular formatting section, which nobody uses. So we are not concentrating at all on this. The 99% of our reporting will be using dimension properties. And just we'll see the hierarchical formatting also, how it will be look like. Now, in order to have our hierarchical formatting, we need to have at least one hierarchy dimension available in a row axis. Then only we can see the hierarchical formatting. Otherwise, there is no point using the hierarchies. So here I am having 4 level, that is 3 level hierarchy with top node. So when I am seeing the hierarchy level formatting, I have to select this particular checkbox here. Then only this level formatting will get enabled. This checkbox is important in order to enable the hierarchy level formatting. First we will see one by one, then we will discuss on the priority part separately. Now if you see here, by default the formatting is this formatting: header level, data level. So header is nothing but this section and this section. Data section is this section, wherever the data elements are there. And EPM formatting, we are having data level, header level formatting. Suppose I am saying default formatting means if anything is not part of this particular hierarchy, then default formatting will be applied. I am saying header with this color and data should be displayed in this color. You can specify what the format, how it look like, and what font you want, whether you want the bold, thick border, light border, commas. If you want commas to be displayed with data, how many points, all those formatting you can do it for the data level as well as header level. If you want the data should be displayed in the just center, or if you want header to be displayed in the center, justify, wrap text, whatever you want, the normal Excel row and column formatting you can do it for the data as well as header formatting. So I have not displayed any level formatting, so by default it will take this formatting if I have not specified any level formatting. Now in order to enable this formatting to our particular template, we have to go to EPM, edit report, options, and we have not discussed the report formatting. Select this particular checkbox, apply dynamic formatting. You see drop down box, EPM formatting sheet which we have added, it will be there. Now press OK. Now if you see, the rows got this color and data has not got this color, and line items or headers, columns is not having color. Why? Here we have said data is there in this particular format. Why data is appearing in white color only and header line item or column line item is displaying the label with white color? Displaying label with white color. Why it is displaying like this? Because we have selected row formatting only. Column formatting, by default, when column formatting is there, your label is white. That is why your column is showing white color. Here your column is showing white color and data is showing in white color. Why? Because if you see here, if you see this checkbox, this is very important. Priority to column format. What this refers to is, anytime the structure of the report will be, this is row axis and this is column axis. When it comes to data, this is a combination of row axis and column axis. So whenever I am saying priority will be given to column formatting, if you see here, the data for the column formatting is in white color, but here it is in blue color. So when there is a conflict like this, so here it is white, here it is blue. And header level, there is no problem because header for column and row axis is different. But when it comes to data, it is an intersection of row axis and column axis. That is where your priority will play a role. Since I have selected priority to column format, it is data is also showing this formatting only. If I selected priority to row format, I'll select this and you will see the difference. Now system data will show in the blue color and header here it is white. That is why header will show in the white color only, even the priority is changed. I'll just select priority to row format and we'll see the difference. See, the rows is showing with blue color and the column header still it is showing white color only, because as I said, headers will have no priority. Whatever you are choosing in the header section, that will be taken. Whenever there is a data, whichever priority you are giving, based on that your data color will change because it's an intersection. Now I'll just make this a different color in order to understand. I'll make it like this. I'll make this also data also into gray color. Now I'll change the priority to column format. Now what it will do? The column header will show in this color and data will show in the gray color which I have selected, because I have given priority to the row axis, sorry, column axis. Now see, the data is changed into gray color because now I have given color to column formatting, which header is taking the header level formatting, and when it is an intersection, the priority is given for column, priority to column, that is why column formatting is taken care. So this is the importance of using priority in the formatting section. Now, so we'll say that level 1, level 2, level 3, what formatting needs to be given, and base level what formatting needs to be given. As I said, hierarchy formatting will only give level wise formatting. Other than that, we cannot do any other formatting from this particular formatting type. Now I'll just give a different color coding to understand different hierarchies, how it will look like. I'm just selecting the format. I'll then change the colors. First, I will not select base level, then we will see the difference. Now I have given different hierarchy levels, different formatting. Since I want the data also to be shown different colors, my priority should be row formatting rather than the column formatting, because in rows only I am having the hierarchy. That is why I want row formatting to be given priority, because I want to see different line items in the header level in different formats. So my priority should go to a row format. So based on your reporting requirement, you have to choose which one should be given priority. Now come here, BPM, refresh. Now if you see here, this is the level 1, this is level 2, this is level 3. If you see the data colors also, we are having different colors. Like this is called base level. And if you see here, the base level is showing this light red color and blue color for data. Why? Because we have selected, if there is no formatting, the default format is this particular format. What is the fourth level? Fourth level is the base level, where we have not specified any format, because we have specified level 3 only the formatting. So wherever the formatting is not specified, system automatically takes the default formatting. So that is the meaning of default formatting. Wherever other formatting is not taken, the default formatting will be taken. Now fourth level is called base level for me. Now I select this and I will put some other formatting here. Okay, so now the default format will go away because I have selected fourth level as base level and I have given the formatting. So default formatting will not be applied. The base level formatting, which is the last level formatting, will be applied to the base members. Now see, I have selected it as a gray and the data in the white color. That is why it is showing that formatting for the base level. For our understanding, we will make it as a different color. Now you can see the difference. See, the data is showing in white color for the base level and the formatting for base level is this. Because of base level formatting we have given, the default formatting will have no significance at all. And why we are getting the hierarchy row level formatting as the main, because we are given priority to row formatting because all our hierarchies are there in the row section. Now here there are something called structure levels and relative levels. What this refers to is, if you select structure levels, there is one button, starting number will not be available. If you select relative, you can choose start formatting from the lowest level or start formatting from the highest level. Our formatting for level 1 is highest to lowest. If you select this, come here. Now see, balance sheet is in the orange color. Now if you see, balance sheet is in the light dark color, because the lowest formatting will take the level 3 formatting and highest will take, see, from lowest level till the highest level it will take, because from lowest level we are giving the formatting. So depending upon your requirement, the lowest will be this, and then second lowest, third lowest. So if you want to see a different levels of formatting from top to bottom or bottom to top, you can select this relative levels and then select this checkbox. If I am not selecting that, if I am taking only structure, then only from top to bottom only will be displayed. Now if you see level 1, level 2, level 3. Now your color coding will also change. Now the dark color which is for level 1, it will come automatically. See, because we have not selected any relative levels, we have selected directly from the structure. If you select relative levels, then you have an option whether to start the formatting from low to up or up to low. If you deselect this, it is up to low. When you select this, from low to up, depending upon your requirement, you can choose the formatting. Dinesh, there is no themes we can choose it from formatting, only that row and data formatting only we can do. So this is with respect to the hierarchy level formatting. And then next is very important, dimension and member or property level formatting. So I'll just remove this checkbox. Now you try to go and see there in the report, refresh. See, everything has been gone because I have deselected the hierarchy level formatting. Now come here, we'll do the dimension or member or property level formatting, which is very, very important thing. Now here also we are having priority to column format and row format, which we have already discussed. This is applicable for data section. When there is a conflict, whichever priority you have chosen, that priority related data format will be shown. Now here we are having 4 or 5 line items. Custom members is when you are creating any members directly into the BPC system, that is called custom members, which is not allowed now. 7.5 it is there, still they are supporting because there are migrations are happening from 7.5 to 10. In order to support that formatting, they are supporting this. And then calculated member default format. What is calculated member is, suppose we are given priority to column format, right? So we will maintain the same things will be available in row access and column access. I'll just say apply. Calculated members. What are calculated members in BPC? Data entry happens in base level. All the top nodes are calculated for BPC because in top nodes we are not entering the data. BPC is generating the data using calculation fields. So that is why for BPC it is called calculated data. Now I'll maintain this. Now see, the data will be shown like this for top nodes. Those are called calculated members. Come, refresh. Now if you see here, only these values are showing calculated members because these are calculated by the system using local member formulas in the column axis. And here we are putting data in the row axis. And if you say apply here, come here and refresh. Now if you see land and buildings, and every data in the row axis is taking a different formatting. Why? Because the row formatting is this one. I'll make the row formatting in a different color so as to understand. Okay, now come here. Now refresh. Now see, calculated members are the top nodes, and the base members we have not provided any formatting. That is why system is showing this formatting only to row axis. Why here system is not showing any formatting here and it is showing gray formatting is because local members are always created on the columns. That is why column formatting is automatically taken for this particular formatting. If you don't want the column formatting and if you want a different formatting for local members also, you can define that formatting, local member default formatting. So for local members I want I'm using different colors only to identify. Now see, even though these two are calculated members from the column perspective, now I have specifically mentioning a different formatting for the local members. So whenever there is a conflict between calculated and local member, calculated means by default any calculated member in the columns. But specifically I am mentioning local member should be a different formatting, even though it is a calculated. That specific mentioning of the formatting will be applicable. This is very important to understand. And then next is inputable member format. What is inputable member is whatever is the base data that is called inputable members. So in order to give the user comfort which data he need to input, if I select like this, so that whatever is in your gray color will be and whatever is there in the white color will be inputted by the end user. So if he sees this particular template and he wants to input the data, it is easy for him to input the data. Now if you see, so those things with white color and gray as the things, those are the inputable fields because those are the base members. So from the end user perspective, by seeing this, he will be easily identify what are all the local members even though the hierarchy is defined, and he can input the data easily without much difficulty. And if you remember the hierarchical formatting, we cannot format the local members separately and then the base levels and the top nodes with the same color. We cannot do that. Now we can achieve it using this particular formatting option. And fourth thing, local members we have discussed, which is the column related thing. And then changed member default format. What is changed member default format? This is very, very important formatting which we will definitely enable for the end users. Now if I am changing this value to 222. Now if you see, now I changed this value to 222 and I changed this value to 567. So if my template runs for say 1000 line items, I have changed two values. After some time, I may forgot that which line item I have changed. before saving, I am entering the data and I want to save the data only one shot. So I have entered some 10 line items in the 1000 line items. I forgot which item I have changed. So with this kind of functionality, I don't know which item I have changed. So for me, it will be very difficult to identify which item I have changed those lines. For those purposes, for the end user thing, we have something called changed member format. So what it does is, whenever there is a member change is happening, system will automatically change the color. Suppose I will show you like this. I'm just putting a different color. Now come here, EPM, refresh. Now take the same scenario. I am changing this. Now enter. See, automatically the row axis has changed to the different color and the data cell. And I am changing this cell also. So when the user, after drill down from 1000 line items, after going through the different line items, once he comes back and see, he want to check which line item I have changed, he can easily find out with this identification that these are the line items which I have changed. Once he saves the data, again system will automatically take to the normal default format. See, once he changed it, it automatically went to the default formatting. Again, when there is a change, system automatically reflect that change. This is very useful feature when you are using as an input template, which you will not be getting when you are using as a normal Excel. So with this functionality, out of the 1000 lines or 1 lakh lines, whichever he is having, whenever the user is changing particular cells, he can easily refer back before saving the data what are all the cells he has changed, which you cannot get this feature in your normal Excel. Formatting on a specific member or a property. This we will discuss separately when we are discussing on the rolling forecast template, which is a high-end templates or advanced templates, which we call it as advanced reporting skills. At that point, we will discuss on the formatting on a specific member property also. At that point of time, you can easily identify how we are defining a different property on different member and identifying it as a different property and all. At this point of time, even if I discuss, it will not be able to understand. So I'll take this particular thing when I am discussing on the advanced reporting options after I discuss the EPM formulas. So these are the different formatting options that are available in the dimension and member property formatting. That is why I said 99% will be using this formatting option, because we are having changed member default format, calculated separately, inputable separately, local member separately, and more important, by a specific member or a property, which generally we use in the reporting part when we go and create advanced templates. This is very useful feature. And as I said, row and column banding formatting nobody will use. And then there is something called page access formatting. So when you talk about page access, we have discussed, go to edit report, we can bring other data into the page access so that from the end user point of view, he can easily identify for which section of the data he is maintaining this particular data set. So like this, the formatting will come from the end user perspective. So now I want to format this particular thing also so that my report looks much clearer. Now here by default I want to have certain header level so that I can easily identify. So I'm just putting some color. So for page access, I use page access formatting. Go to review. So like this, I can type whatever the dimension name separately, category, entity. So I can give the same formatting to these four also. So even when I refresh, the formatting will not go away. So I can easily identify for this category, for this entity, this data, these are the things. And I can use normal Excel reporting things, remove the grid lines, add anything. So I'm just putting something. Balance sheet report. Okay. I can use your normal merging functionalities. All your normal Excel functionalities, you can use it. And you can put your logo also. So I'll just copy this. Like this, you can make your report more useful from the end user perspective, which you cannot normally do in your SAP reporting. Once you have done this, you can save to the server root folder. Whether input templates or reports, you can save it. Here also you have three options. One is local. Local means your local system. Company means system. Admin means only admin team can access. Whatever teams you are creating, it will create those many folders. So only against those teams can view this particular template. Suppose I am keeping this as an input template. I am just putting say Jan 15. Now I have created this template and I have saved it and I have used the formatting options. I'll close this. Now I want to go back and see my template. I have to use open server root folder. In the company folder I have saved. In the input templates, January 2015. And under input template also you can create your own company names with create folder, and then inside that also you can store any of the templates. So you have an option to create your own folder also. Here admin means only admin team can access this particular templates once you store in the admin section. Company section means everyone, like what we have seen in the web. Local means private, public means anyone, admin means only teams. With admin access can only see this. And once you want to open, you can select open and refresh the data. So like this, we can create our own template and use it. According to our requirement. So when we are saving also, we have save to server root folder or save to my input form and my reports. If I use my input form and my reports, then it will show my desktop, which I can open using open server root folder from local. Once I select local, it means my local system. Company means anybody can. And when opening also, you can open my reports and my input forms. That means from your local folder. See, this is my local folder, my desktop and all. If you want to open it from separately input folder, separately report folder, you can select input folder. Then only input folder will be displayed here. Only input templates, not the reports. If I select only report folder, only reports will be displayed. Previously you are seeing here report, input templates, all those options. Now you will be seeing only reports. If I select server root folder, then I can see input templates, reports, everything in one single screen. So according to your requirement, you can choose. So this is with respect to the reporting part and how to use the reporting in the edit section and use the formatting, planning options and options in the context menu. Tomorrow we will discuss, as I said, some of the EPM formulas which we have already seen, the local member formula which system automatically creates. There are some other EPM formulas which we need to know, that we will discuss, and then we will discuss on the advanced reporting like rolling forecast template, how to use the rolling forecast template to make the what you can call it as forecasting as a rolling forecast. And then we'll discuss on the comment section tomorrow. Depending upon the time, we'll discuss on the other areas. Okay, Kamalesh is having a question. So Sai, does it mean that we cannot use combination of hierarchy and dimension together? No, Kamlesh, because here we are saying the calculated member should be shown in a different format. Generally, 99% of your reporting, people will say that all my total should be shown in one different color and the base member should be shown in different color. Nobody wants to see each line item in a different color when you talk about the top notes. But theoretically, what your question is correct. We cannot combine the hierarchy and dimension together. Dinesh is having question. Could you embed this report in PPT and would changes reflect dynamically? Dinesh, in PPT we cannot directly copy and paste this report because what you can call it as the length, formatting, everything cannot be copied to your PPT. And as we discussed in our earlier classes also, we have Word and PowerPoint also as our reporting part. Only reporting, Word and PowerPoint, not for the input. And we discussed it is having very, very limited capabilities, which we will discuss separately. But nobody uses these things because of its limited capabilities and the formatting, because there are not much formatting can be done with this Word and PowerPoint. That we will discuss when we are discussing on the Word and PowerPoint section. But 99.9% will be using the web reporting as well as Excel reporting. 90% will be Excel reporting, 10% will be your web reporting for the management purposes. Okay, Dinesh? Any other questions? Ganesh, web reporting is not BO reporting. See, BO is a separate system which sits on top of BW, like BPC. BPC data can be used into BO as an external source, and then you can report in your BO system like dashboards and all. But BO is something different. Web reporting is something different, which we have covered in our yesterday's class, how to use the web reporting part. Web reporting will be generally maintained for the top management, where we can show the pie chart, all those things with the data. So whenever they want to see the different graphs, they can see the different graphs. Whenever the value is changing, automatically the graphs also will be reflected. Till that, we can do it in the web reporting. But apart from that, if you want to have any intuitive dashboards, like my sales is this much, my profit is this much, my expenses is this much. If I increase my sales by say 5,000, keeping the cost as same, what is my net profit effect? Like that intuitive dashboards which you create in BO, you cannot handle it in the BPC system. It has to be built in BO only. Ganesh, is your question answered? Okay. Any other questions? Okay. Thank you everyone. We'll meet in our tomorrow's class. Okay. Thank you. Yeah, no problem, Ganesh. Tell me. I'll check. You can talk or not. Yeah, Ganesh, you can talk now. I have unmuted you. Ganesh, I'm not able to hear you. Are you talking something? No, Ganesh. Sorry, I cannot hear you. No, Ganesh. Classes will be on weekend, Saturday and Sunday, the same timings. It is a weekly batch, Ganesh. Yeah, Dinesh, you can email to the Techie training team. Generally, Techie training team will resolve the basic related things from the BPC point of view. If they are not able to resolve those things, then definitely they will forward it to me. I will reply to that mail. But majorly 50 to 60% they will cover it. If they are not able to do so, then they will forward it to me. So you can forward your questions first to them. Definitely they will try to answer it. If they are not able to do that, definitely they will forward it to me. I will reply to you. And after you going through the things, if you are having some things you are not able to get, after the class, we'll stay for 10 more or 15 more minutes and we'll discuss that so that we will not disturb others. Ganesh, as far as certification is concerned, whatever we are discussing, uh, those things are part of our certification only. Along with that, I recommend to read through the BPC books 420, 430 and 440. 420 is mainly for admin related things, whatever we are discussing at the administration. 430 is towards reporting and 440 is towards consolidation. What I would suggest is, so after completing these classes at least, if you go through the 420, 430, 440 materials once, then you can clear the certification easily without much problem. Dinesh, the study material, the recordings and everything, the techie training will be having. Once you send a mail to them, they will provide like SharePoint, they will provide one link where they have uploaded the BPC related material. It also contains the books and also contains some of the PPTs, some of the Word documents where more explanation on some of the topics were given. Apart from that, after some of the discussions, I will be sharing some of the documents that I will be doing it from end. But they have already kept so many documents which they have taken from me into the portal so that it will be easy to distribute. Once you send a mail to them, they will provide you with the link and all. Okay. Ganesh is asking, have we started creating namespace in BW and working on that? Sorry, I was not able to attend last week classes. Ganesh, no need to create any namespaces from the BPC perspective. System automatically creates under CPMB naming space. That is automatically done by the BPC system. We need not create those things. But whatever we are creating, it will be creating under backend with CPMB naming convention. If you go through my first, second classes, we have covered all these topics in my first and second classes. With respect to the master data, how it will be created once we create in the front end, how it is created in the back end as an info cube, info object, attribute and all. So if you go through the first session, second session, you will be able to understand the BPC basics. So what I recommend anybody who is directly taking this particular session for, I'll request you to go through 1, 2 at least so that the BPC basics will be covered in that. Okay, Ganesh. Any other thing? Okay. Okay. Thank you, everyone. We'll meet now tomorrow's class. Okay, we'll wait for 1 more minute and then we'll start. Okay, we'll start the session. So yesterday we have discussed about the EPM reporting part. which is including creation of a report and using the view formats and the edit report option. And in the option section, we have seen context options, and in sheet options we have seen one or two options. And as we will discuss now with respect to some complex reporting, which will include your EPM functions, usage of EPM functions. In order to bring anything into the BPC system, you can use equal to EPM. If you see here, there are lot of EPM functions are there, but generally these are not useful for us because right now we are creating the reports directly in the BPC system. Why SAP has supported all these EPM functions is because 7.5 is having everything built on EV formula basis. In order to support those formulas and migrate 7.5 to 10, they need to have a equivalent formulas in BPC 10 also. That's why they have maintained those many formulas in BPC 10 also. But for our reporting purposes, major portion will be covered through edit report section. Apart from that, we will discuss what are all the additional features that is required when we are working in the template creations. So right now we will try to create one rolling forecast template. How the rolling forecast template will work is, suppose if I am doing a forecasting or anything what you can call forecasting, budgeting. If I am doing the rolling forecast, that means suppose if I am in May month, that means 1 minute. Suppose if I am in May month, for me Jan to till April I am already having actual data, and only from May to December I need to forecast it. Why we need to do the forecasting? In in normal thing, we will be generally doing planning, budgeting and forecasting. People will use these terms in the planning scenarios. What is plan means? When we are doing the plan for the next year, we will be doing so many iterations of plans like P1, P2, P3. After so many changes, so many iterations, one version, that is final version P0, will be copied, and that is called budget, which is freezed for the next period. Always the budget will be freezed. And in your actual scenario, what will happen is there might be a situations because of the dynamics of the market or any conditions. Due to that, you constantly review your budget and forecast it based on the budget which you have proposed. In those cases, people will do a rolling forecasting. Either it will be monthly rolling forecast, quarterly or half yearly. That depends upon the company's frequency of doing the forecasting. Suppose we take a monthly rolling forecast template. Then what they will do is, they might have budgeted for say 12,000 as their sales. And in the middle of the year, say suppose if I am in May month, I want to do rolling forecast, and till January to April I have sold only 2,000. Based on that, I have to estimate it properly that I can reduce the forecast value compared to my budget, and I will try to achieve that forecasted target. So in the middle of the periods, generally people will do forecasting in order to analyze the current situation, or else they'll compare the budget with the present actuals, and then based on that they will try to achieve the budget, or they will try to reduce their budget depending upon the situation. So they will be doing the forecasting frequently, so in order to reach till the budget level. Every time they can compare the budget version with forecasted version and actual version in order to know how much we are targeted and how much we have achieved, and how can we achieve the balance target in the balance forecasted months. These kind of analysis people will do. So for those purposes we need to know the rolling forecast template. What is meant by rolling forecast is, suppose if I am working in May month, Jan to April I will be having actual data, and May to December I will be doing the forecasting. And similarly, if this is becoming June, then what happens? I will have Jan to May data will be available, and then June to December should be my rolling forecast. So your template should be dynamic enough. Based on the month selection by the end user, it has to show till that month actuals, and from there it needs to show forecast, and actual should be locked so that end user will not change, and only it should allow the forecast values to be entered by the end user. Like this, we need to bring a template with validations, conditions, and the actual data should not be tampered by the user, and based on the selection automatically the rows should change from actual to forecast or forecast to actual depending upon the requirement. So to build those things we need to use certain EPM formulas as well as certain Excel formulas in order to support that requirement. That we will see it now using the rolling forecast template. Now we'll create a new report. I'll just take one of the sample thing, account and time. Then I'll take 1 month. And I'm taking only ID. Okay, there is something data like this. Okay, now I want to see actuals should be appearing, and as well as the plan or budget or forecast, whatever you call, should be appearing for the balance month. For that purpose, what I need to do, I need to bring my category also into my column access. Move to column access. Here to select context member. I'm adding some of the rows on top in order to build my formulas. Now there is a formula that is there in the BPC system called EPM context member. So you press equal to and then put EPM, then you can select the formula, double click it and put FX. Here you need to specify the connection name. Connection name will automatically taken by the system, and what dimension value you want. I want time because user will be selecting the time values. If we select May month, till May it should show actuals. So for my criteria, the end user selects time value. So I need to know what is the time member that is selected in the context by the end user. So I'm using that. Okay. And second thing is, for me, actual is constant. So I am taking the constant value because at any point of time in the middle of the year you will have some actuals which is fixed, and whatever you are choosing from the context, only that context value will change. So I need category also from the context. EPM context member, what dimension value I need? Category. So presently it is selected as actual. That we will change it. We'll change it to plan. Okay, now system will automatically change the value to plan. Suppose if I am taking here 2013.February, system automatically changes the value to 2013.February because I have used EPM context member. Whatever the context member I am selecting, system should display that member because I want to do based on the selection criteria the user is making from the context. So this is the first step where I am using the EPM context member formula. And then the next step is, this is the normal Excel formula. I am taking left, this is the text. I want first 5 characters and then I want 01 because always my year starts with first month, that is 01. So the naming convention will be 2013.01 because I am taking the first 5 characters, I am taking it from the system. Sometimes it will not help, so you make it as 01. Or else take first 4 characters and then 0.01. Replace old text, starting number 5, number of characters 1. So like this we can take the formula. If left is not working, we can take the same formula here. What I am saying, replace the current value, that is B2. What is the current value which is selected from the context? B2, which is always constant. So you can make it as constant using your normal Excel formulas. And then starting number 5, I want to remove that values. Number of characters total is there 6, so I am removing that. And I am replacing with new text called 01. So I will get the first month related nomenclature, that is ID. And from next month onwards, I have a EPM function called EPM member offset. Press FX. What member I need to offset? That is 2013.0Y. Yeah. Dinesh is having a question. What is starting number 5? Starting number 5 means from 5th number onwards I am replacing the values. 2013 is the 4 digits. After that I am using new values, that is 0.01, which is the new values. So starting number which should replace is after 5th digit, that is after 4th digit. Okay, so I'm selecting the D2 member and then offset is 1. That means next month I need to select. So it will show you the next month value. Similar way you copy it to the 12 months. So till the last month you copy for the 12 months. Now I am having the current period which is selected by the user. From that I am arriving the first month and then I am offsetting that first month with the next months. Then I can use my normal native Excel formulas if the current selection by the user is greater than this value, then it is actual. Otherwise it is plan. So like this I am selecting. So here these things are constant. So I am using the normal Excel functionalities to make it as static. So B2 was also static. Now 2013.02 is greater than 01, that is why it is showing constant actual. So copy the same formula for all the months. Now if you see here 2013.02 is not greater than this, that is why it is showing plan. Similarly, if I make this as say June, till now come till May, it is automatically taking as actual value. Now based on the user selection, system is automatically considering actual data and the other months is showing as plan data where the end user can do the planning. Here, but in our format, this is our column structure. This is called column structure, which we discussed. This is called row structure. We need to attach this column structure which we have defined to the column structure by EPM formula which is provided by BPC system. So in order to attach that, we have a simpler way of doing that. That is EPM VOLAP member formula. To attach this link to this, after the brackets, you place your cursor and put the link there. Whichever cell you want to replace the value and then put comma. There is something called open parenthesis here. What is open parenthesis refers to is whatever from the context where you are selecting from the row axis and column axis, you need to take that value. Since we are replacing that context value or whatever the report editor value with D2, we should remove this value so that it will take the value which we have selected. So I have taken the open brackets out. Press OK. Now system will automatically take whatever is there in the D2 value instead of the report editor column value. Now copy this to similar way, make the change towards the category also. Assign the value and then remove the open brackets. Enter. So now system is taking these details. Copy till the last month. Press enter. Now come here and refresh the data. Put edit report, options, show all line items wherever the data is there. Now if you see here, I'm able to see whatever the changes I have made on the top is reflecting into my column access also, because I have linked my whatever the calculated values using the Excel formulas and BPC formulas, I have linked it to my EPM OLAP member formula. This is called assigning the values which as per your requirement. Now, if you see here, it is showing the data for actuals. Now it is showing the data for plan. Now if the end user selects, again say March. Say March. System will automatically take actual data only till second month and plan data for next month onwards. So in order to see the data values, we'll just input some data and see whether it is displaying the data correctly or it is just taking the values ad hocly. So I will put from March month onwards in the plan section. 200. Okay. I have taken these values and I am saving the data. Okay. I think we have some validations on that. So I am not taking that value. I'll take Germany. I'll try to input some data here. 1000, 2000. And I'm saving say 111 in actual and 222 in actual, just to understand how the system is working, whether it is properly taking the data values or not. Okay, I'll just check. I'm just removing the security. When we are discussing on the security, I'll again explain how the security will work. Dinesh is having a question, do we need to log the actual values? Yes, Dinesh, we need to log the actual values. That also we will see once we develop this template. So I have kept some validations also. I'll remove the validation. Okay, we'll input some values, and here also we'll input 9 nines, 4 nines, and then save data. We will discuss the validation separately after this class. At that time, I will clearly tell you how to enable and how to disable all those things. Okay, now when we are storing the data, we are storing against plan version. For first 2 months, we are storing against actual version. Now, if we want to see the data accuracy, I'll select June. Then what system should show? System should not show these 3 months plan data. Now refresh. See, system is not showing this month's data because these are actual data which we have not entered. We have entered only the plan data. I'll try to enter some values. Say 11, 22, 33. Save data. Okay. Now I have made actual data also till May month. Now if I select, say I'll select till October. So what its system should show? Till September, it should show actual data for which I have not entered the data. Only till May I have entered the data. For plan, the rest of the 3 months, which should be allowed for the end user to change the values. Now again, if I come back and select March, system should show only 2 months actuals, rest of the months plan data system should show. So whatever here we maintain, that is automatically taken here, and also the value stored is also bringing with respect to plan data only, and our template is working properly. Hemang, you are saying system refresh is very slow or very fast? Are you able to see the screen with differences? Oh, is it? Okay. Now are you able to see the data properly? The 2 months actuals and the rest of the 10 months are showing plan data. Yeah, sure. Next time onwards, I'll try to be little slow whenever I am clicking on the transaction. Okay, I see. The delay is there in the screen. Okay. I'll just wait for 1 more minute before I move to the next screen. So till now, everyone is clear, right? Because there was some disturbance with respect to the screen. So now everyone is clear how the system is performing the plan data and actual data properly. Okay. So this is one of the things which we need to develop, including the BPC and Excel formulas. Now it is not over, because once the data is there in the actuals, the end user should not be allowed to change the value. Now if you see here, if I change the land and buildings value to say 777 and save data, system is saving the data, but in actual scenario, actual data should not be edited by the user. It should be pulled from your transaction system, which should be in non-editable format. In order to make this as a non-editable format, yesterday we'll use the formatting section in order to enable some of the member level formatting. So go to view formats. I am enabling the dimension member level formatting, and I am specifying formatting on a specific member or a property. Select that particular checkbox, select add member or property. Now here I have 4 screens. One is member selection. If I want to create any of the formatting based on the property, I can select by property wise, and for local members also I can select a different formatting, and for multiple selections also I can select a different formatting. Yes, Hari. Oh, it is still very slow. Okay. Just give me a minute. Uh, I'll stop the screen sharing. Again, I will connect it back so that Hi everyone, now you are able to see my screen. So it is in the EPM formatting sheet. Select member or property screen. So everyone is seeing the same screen. Okay, thank you. So now, as we discussed, we want to maintain a member level formatting. If we want a property level also, we can maintain. If we want local member level also, we can maintain. Multiple members also, we can maintain. But for me, right now, I want to maintain based on category. For category actual, I want to close the values. So that is why I'm selecting actual. Now see the actual has been displayed here. Now if you want, you can maintain whatever the coloring or whatever you want, you can maintain here. Home. I think here from this particular screen it is very slow. Okay. If I am logging from another remote desktop, it is very slow. System is very slow. I think some issue with the server. So I am just making it into a different color. I'll just log off and log in again through this RDP. So I am giving a different color coding, and I am giving data a different color coding, and I am putting EPM lock selected cells. So now again, if you right click EPM, see, now you can unlock the cells. Now it is locked. That is why it is in the grayed out status. Now go to your template. Come to EPM, refresh the template. Go to the edit report. Options. Apply dynamic formatting. Now see, the system has changed the data values to different color. Now if I select from here, say June month, system automatically changes the color. Press refresh. Now see, system is taking till actual the May month, and it is changing the color of the data also, so that user will be notified that this is actual data and which is in the different color. But still, if you see here, I can able to edit the changes of the actual data, which I should not be allowed. When I checked through view formats, I just locked the cells and I have given a different color coding. In order to take these locks into effect, we need to do a step in the BPC system. Go to options. Options, sheet options. Sheet options. Protection. Protect active workbook. Once you protect your workbook, what it happens is it will log the cells which are actual data, which we have configured through view format section. Now you try to edit any of the things here. Ganesh is having a question, is it not possible to bring the actual data from the source system? Yes, Ganesh, that is what we are saying. Always the actual data will be pulled from your actual source system, whatever it might be, either through flat file or through data manager loads. That we will see when we are talking about the data load functionality. Before that, we need to see how the system reporting will work when we load the data, how to use the system to generate the reports and see the data and all. I think today's system is not at all working properly. I just wanted to show you this. No hurry. See, if you look into the SAP architecture, even if you want SAP data to come into your ECC system, you have to do the data load. Otherwise, how will you get the data into your BW system? SAP system is a separate system and BW is a separate system. So how the data will automatically flow, and your SAP transaction data will have so many fields, and that is not required towards BW, and BW will have lot of fields that is not required in BPC. So when we are bringing the data from one system to another system, we will maintain certain transformations and conversions, which is the normal process. Like how you bring the data from ECC to BW with so many transformation, conversions, routines. The same way from BW to BPC also we will maintain transformations, because we need data only towards what are there in our dimensions, not all the data which you have in ECC system. I don't know, system is not all working. It got stuck up totally. Now are you able to see the screen? Now if I try to change the 333 values to 444. See the error message, the cell or chart you are trying to see is only read-only data. You cannot enter any data. So that is why once we maintain the view formats and then actual, and then if we maintain from options, sheet option, the report is protected, then it is, you cannot enter the data in the actual category. Now try to change the plan values. Oh, screen refresh is very slow. I think for me also, if I am using another remote desktop, it is very slow. Screen is getting locked. And here if I am using, it is pretty slow when it is showing in your screens. Because these are very important things. What I suggest is we'll stop the session for today and we'll meet in our next class where we can discuss in detail again the same thing, because with these kind of breaks it is very difficult to understand, because these are the complex reporting which we are covering right now in this particular thing. And yes, for me, I don't want everyone to lose this particular thing, because these are very important thing which you will encounter in any project. And these are the complex reporting things which we are seeing. After this we will be discussing the EPM formulas and all. So for that purpose, I tried to continue the class, but somehow it is not working. So what I say is I'll cancel this session and we'll meet in our next class, so that we can come back fresh, and then if system is properly working, then we can see screen by screen without much difficulty. Yes. So somebody is having some questions. So if somebody wants to listen to those questions, they can stay back. Otherwise, you can leave, so that we will not be continuing this class anymore. So we will be covering the doubts if anyone is having. So according to your wish, you can stay or you can leave. And Dinesh is asking. Yeah, Dinesh, you have some questions, right? You can ask. Yeah, Ganesh, you can ask the question, Ganesh, no problem. There is no specific document as of now. When it was very old, I have a document on 7.5 to 10, but now I don't have that in my repository. You can search it in Google because there are very minute differences with respect to the terminology changes. And with respect to the EPM, whatever the screens you are seeing, there is a drastical change that has happened from 7.5 to 10. Some terminology changes that has happened, which we have discussed in our demo, the main terminology changes. And the screens with respect to web GUI, the web administration, there is lot of change from 7.5 to 10, and lot of options where we need to do the enabling everything from the 7.5. That everything they brought it into the model itself, where you can select using a checkbox. All those options are not available in 7.5. So with respect to web GUI and Excel reporting part, there are a lot of changes that has happened. And terminology changes we have covered in our demo session. What are all the major terminology changes that has happened between 7.5 to 10? Yeah, Sandeep is a question from the perspective of certification. Which one is more relevant, 10 or 10.1? As far as I say, 10 is more relevant because even though 10.1 has been released, there are a lot of drawbacks from 10.1, which we are seeing when we are doing consulting. Because 10.1 only works on HANA, and so many companies are not going for HANA database only simply because they want to have a planning system. Because it's too expensive, so still everyone is preferring 10. That is the first disadvantage for 10.1. And second disadvantage is 10.1 is only having planning system, and there is no consolidation in place in the 10.1. So some clients who are wanting to have unified solution for planning and consolidation, not at this point of time, but later also, if they want to integrate planning and consolidation, they cannot do it in 10.1. That is another also a major drawback from the client perspective, I am saying. And the third thing is the 10.1 still is not a stabilized version because there are a lot of problems that are happening, because whatever you are doing it from the front end, in the BPC front end, everything back end it is creating as a cubes. But in 10.1, you need to create everything from the back end like a BW consultant. And there are a lot of integration problems, technical problems, reporting problems are still happening. And SAP, as far as I know, they are saying that 10.1 by December end, this year December end, they will try to make error free and they will release another version with service packs or something. That's what we are hearing from 10.1 perspective. So at this point of time, if you ask me, 10 is the stabilized version which every client is looking for. Even when we go for any of the RFPs also, everyone is asking 10 only. 10.1 I have not seen anybody asking because of these three issues. Migration, I have to look for any document that is available for migration from 7.5 to 10. If anything is available, then I will forward it to you, Dinesh. Because frankly speaking, I never worked on 7.5 to 10 migration. Yeah, Ganesh, with respect to the implementation project small roadmap, we have covered it in our demo session. What are all the high level implementation steps that will be involved in a BPC project? So if you go through that BPC demo presentation, that high level steps, and then if you go through session 1, session 2, session 3, we are going by step only in the same process how the implementation happens. Sandeep is having a question. Do you think there are major functionality differences between 10 and 10.1? Yes, Sandeep. There are quite major changes that is happening from 10 to 10.1, because 10.1 everything will be driven through WebGUI, where you are creating dimensions on front end and system is automatically creating in the back end. But when you talk about 10.1, it is everything you need to create from the back end in order to create a queue, in order to create a master data. You have to create info objects and you have to activate it. It's like normal BW job. Along with that, they are giving the input templates with certain other functionality called planning layouts and all. So conceptual wise and the implementation wise, there are a lot of changes between 10 and 10.1. And 10.1 only supports HANA database. So whenever you are working from the backend BW perspective also, you should have a HANA knowledge to activate the things from the BW perspective. Divakar is having a question regarding access the BPC template in BO. Do we need any settings like access to external system? Yeah, when we are talking about access, first of all, we need to make this as a source data. If you see here, use as source data for other systems. So when this particular cube is created in the back end, if you select this, system will enable this data cube as available for other systems to connect this to this system, and you can use this particular data. This activity needs to be performed at the model level, which is nothing but a cube in your BW system. Yeah. Okay. I think Divakar, I answered your question. And Ganesh, my client is going for implementing BPC. I need to know how to kick off in terms of requirement, system configuration and all. Yeah, Ganesh, that is what I'm saying. If you go through our material or demo, we have given the high level steps, how to use the thing, what are all the high level implementation steps and all. And with respect to the requirements and all, see, unless we learn the basics, after that what are all the things that are available in the system, you cannot directly go for a kickoff meeting and say that these are all the things that are available. That it cannot be possible unless we understand the basics and then what are all the things that are involved in the BPC system, and then only we can go and present it as a kickoff presentation. Dinesh is having a question. Any specific config we want to use 10.0 with HANA? No, Dinesh. If we want to use 10.0 with HANA at present, even our project is having a 10.0 with HANA only. There is no additional configuration that is required. Only thing, when you are using 10.0 with HANA, all your calculations and retrieval of data will be fast as per your HANA database thing. Nothing with respect to any of the configuration changes, nothing will be there with respect to HANA or your normal BW system. Sandeep is having a question. Does BPC support kind of workflow system? It is not properly like your ERP system workflow, because what happens is your ECC system is meant for mainly doing the transaction level details, where each line item will be stored. But when it comes to planning or consolidation, we are nowhere concerned about the dates, individual dates or SLAs. These are not concerned about the consolidation system, because we are doing the consolidation or planning on a monthly basis and with a set of activities that are there. So in BPC, the workflow, a combination of data looking, will be called as work status. That we will discuss separately. There is something called work status. This is the thing which will work as a kind of a workflow like ECC system, with a combination of locking facility. Yeah, view. When you are talking about model, there is optimization. That optimization is like your normal BW optimization. See, when you have optimized, there is something called light optimization and full optimization. Light optimization is just like your normal BW indexing. It will just index the database so that your performance will be little faster when it is retrieving the data. It is normal your BW indexation. If you talk about full optimization, what it will do is it will suppress the minus figures, plus figures, and it will make the database with the latest data that is available. If you have minus 1000 and plus 1000 for the same combination, and it will suppress that data and it will make it as one record as zero record. So like that, like your normal BW, it will do the full optimization where you will be, data will be compressed and made it into a singular line items. Wherever the deletion is possible, it will delete the thing. And when you are doing the full optimization, system will change the technical name of the cube. So SAP suggests use the multi-provider when you are connecting it to the other sources like BEX and PO systems. Because when you do the full optimization, system changes the technical name of the cube. So once the technical name changes, all your BEX queries which are linked to a technical name and PO system which is linked to a technical cube name will get affected. That is why use the multi-provider. And from SP 13 or 14 onwards, SAP suggested that you can use something called there is one checkbox is there in your BW system. You can go to the backend and you can enable, which they have provided from SP 14 onwards. I'll check and I'll let you know from in our next class. If you activate that, then the technical name of the cube will not change, but that is for fresh implementations. If you are going for an existing implementation, the same thing, what you have to do, you have to first drop the data and then make the configuration changes and then again load back the data. So you have to choose what you want to do. That is from SP 13 or 14 onwards, they have enabled that activity. Dinesh is a question. So BW remains as it is when we have HANA and BPC 10. Yes, from BPC 10 perspective, whether it is a HANA database or your normal database, it doesn't have any problem because we are not creating anything from the backend. Only if it is 10.1, where you are not creating any of the models, dimensions from the front end, you have to work everything from the backend, then you have to know the HANA database. But from 10.0 on HANA, it doesn't make any difference for us. Kamlesh is a question we will tackle in one of our class on key figure can only be one in model and COPA has many value fields, how to handle it. Yeah, after doing all these discussions, when we are doing our demo on planning, we'll discuss if there are additional fields like quantity and all, how to handle that. That we'll see in our last class when we are discussing on the demo part. Sandeep is having a question. Typically, what should be the structure of the project? Where is the data needs to be retracted? See, typically the project structure for BPC will be, you will be getting your actuals from ECC system. Based on that, either you will be planning or forecasting or budgeting in the BPC system. That is for planning purposes. For consolidation, actuals you will be getting from ECC system, and based on that, based on the business rules, maintenance and accounting principles, you will be doing the consolidation activities and you will be arriving at a consolidated balance sheet, which is at a group level. That is for consolidation purposes. So when it talks about retraction, SAP standard by standard, there is no retraction process. Only you have to enable through a baddie only. The team structure we have discussed in our demo clearly. What is the team generally, typically for a planning project and typically for a consolidation project. View is having a question, so multiple requests to be compressed. Yeah, if you are doing full optimization, once the data reaches certain level, then system will perform the full optimization, then your indexing and the compression will happen. Divakar is having a question. Can you let me know major differences between 10 and 10.2? There is no 10.2 as such. Major differences means everything architecturally, everything has been changed. I cannot say major differences. Architecture fully changed. So now you are doing the input templates and all. There it is called as planning layouts, and you have to create the queries in order to execute the planning layouts. So everything is totally changed. Screen by screen, there is no identification also. Dinesh is having a question. Can you bring all the reports from 7.5 when you upgrade to 10? As I said, Dinesh, I don't have a migration related knowledge, but as far as I know, you can migrate all the 7.5 to 10, but certain EV formulas which are required to create EV related templates, certain formulas cannot be migrated when you are migrating it to 10. So if your existing templates is having that formulas, then all those templates needs to be recreated in 10. Till that I know, but I'm not sure on other things with respect to migration. There is something called, if you go to more, there is something called EVDRE migration. So once you enable the migration system, then you can migrate it from your existing EVDRE reports to this, but with certain EV formulas which are created in your 7.5, which are not supported in 10, those has to be recreated in the 10 manually. There is no other options. Ganesh, there will not be any presentation like overall picture from ECC to BPC in BW. There will not be nothing like that. From ECC to BW, as we discussed in our demo class also clearly, it is the normal BW consultant job. Once the data is available in BW, we will pull it into the BPC system. So each client will have a different requirement. So at that point of time, based on the data we are bringing into the BPC system, we will maintain transformations and conversions through data load functionality. Dinesh is having a question. Do you recommend to wait 10.1 stabilizers or go with 10? Dinesh, I cannot say because there are a lot of factors that will be involved when client is taking a decision. As far as feedback I am getting from different clients when we go for RFP presentations and all, the first thing is for sake of BPC, they don't want to invest on HANA if they are not having HANA database. And for 10.1, there is no clarity that SAP is going to integrate the consolidation also with planning or not. So still it is a gray area. and nobody knows. So if client is having a plans to go for consolidation also in future, then you cannot go with 10.1. And right now 10.1 is not stabilized. So nobody knows what are all the implementation challenges you will be getting and how far you will get the support. And there are very less consultants who know about 10.1 thoroughly also. Even they know little bit, because SAP even has not released a formal documentation on 10.1 also till now. So depending upon the challenges, based on that, if the client is ready to go ahead with that, we can go ahead. We don't have any other choice also. Ganesh is having a question. Do we have real-time data pull functionality? What is real-time data pull functionality, Ganesh? I did not understand. Yeah, Dinesh, as I said, if client is having HANA, but still one of the consideration is consolidation, then we cannot, at present we cannot go for 10.1. Later on we don't know, but at presentation is we cannot go. Ganesh, as I said, for BPC 10.0, whether your backend is HANA database or your normal BW database, will be taking only month-end data. Real-time data is nowhere required for BPC system. It is for only your BW reporting you will take real-time data. When I am planning, I don't require to have each material wise or each PO wise, or if you can take each what you can call document wise. I don't want the data. I want for the January month, for this particular GL account, what is the total value. So nobody, whether in planning or consolidation, takes the real-time data like how you do for PW system. It's always on a periodic basis. So I don't exactly know what you are asking for real-time update. Because for BPC is concerned, there is nothing required to have a real-time updation. It is not our transaction system. Dinesh, I don't have any idea about BPAS on HANA. Okay, no problem, Dinesh. Any other questions from anyone? No problem, Ganesh. Okay. Then we'll wrap up the session for today, and we'll meet in our next class. I'll try to contact this basis team and I'll tell the issue which we are facing. If we are going through one of the RDPs, we are getting lag, and if we are going through another RDP, we are having struck. I'll talk to them, and we'll try to resolve these issues by next class, and then we can see that whatever the advanced features with respect to reporting clearly. And we will cover today's topic, what we discussed also, in our next class, so that everyone will be able to understand in a sequential way. Thank you, everyone. Hi, good morning to everyone. Okay, we'll start the session. So in our last session, we could not able to do the session properly. So we are not able to get the advanced concepts of reporting. So what we'll do is first we'll run through what we have discussed in a previous class also one more time, and then we will discuss the other advanced topics of the reporting later on. And in our last class, we are trying to work on the rolling forecasting template where the user inputs the month and the category which he want to work on. Based on the month he is inputting, all the previous months should become actual, and then based on the current month, the rest should become either forecast or plan, where he is allowed to do the planning. And we have discussed about what is forecasting, planning and actual data in our previous class. Now we will see how to achieve that rolling forecast template using the Excel formulas in combination with BPC formulas. First is, when we are talking about the time and category is our basis for doing the rolling forecast template. In our template creation, we should take care time and category as our column members, because based on the time and category only our template is working. Those should be part of our columns axis. Okay, and for the selection criteria from the user point of view will be category as well as time. So we want to know what category and time he is selecting from the context. For that we have a EPM formula, EPM context member. This is the EPM formula which we use to bring the whatever is the selected, to bring that value here we'll use EPM context member. And what is the dimension name we want? We want category. See, in our, if you see here, what we have selected here, category, plan. Automatically it is bringing the category value which is there in the context. That is called EPM context member. So press OK. Now if you try to change this to say actual, now refresh. See, automatically your formula will bring the latest value from the context. Since user is changing from the context and we are hiding these columns from the end user, so we want to take the value which is taken from the context. That is why we used EPM context member formula. I'll again change to plan. So from the user point of view, he is changing the category, and then the next change he is going to make is month, because based on the month only the previous months will become actual and the current month will become the forecast or plan, whatever is the user selection. So I'll take month also into consideration. EPM context member, go to FX. What dimension I want? I want time dimension. Press OK. See my time dimension, what I have selected, 2013.06. That is why it is showing 2013.06. And here I want to use some Excel formulas in order to bring the values here. And I have a property called EPM member. What is the member I want? This. And what is the property name I want? Month number. Month num. Give it in quotations. You can see the month number it is bringing is 6. And here you can use your Excel formulas. Replace the old text, that is the context starting from 5, 6 number of characters. You can keep any number of characters. Sometimes they will select total also. So that is why you can select maximum number of characters. New text, what do you want to have? 0, 1. Why we are taking 0, 1 is basically because anytime our year starts with 0, 1. Suppose if you have a calendar year starting from April to March, then you have to select 0 as your first month. So depending upon your requirement and calendar year, you can select what is the starting month from your planning process. If there is a sheet option recognized, deactivate the activate member recognition. Now I got the first month, and next month onwards I have a formula called EPM member offset. Member offset means what is the next number I want to take from the previous member. So I want to take from previous member offset with 1. Then I will get the next month value. So I am using the Excel formula here in order to take the context member and replace it with the first month. And then I am using EPM member offset on the first member in order to generate the next month. So drag it till the 12 months. Say 12th month. Now I got the time period, which is automatically or dynamically taking from the context, that is 2013, and then replacing with the 01 first month, and then thereafter month wise it is taking from EPM member offset value. Similarly, I want to have the context member of whatever is there here, which is selected by the end user from the context. And here always the actual is constant, because whatever is the current month I am selecting, from that onwards the plan or forecast should start, and from previous months it should show actual. So actual is a constant value. I am directly typing the actual member here, and I can use the Excel formula if the selected month by the user, which is from the context, is greater than the month which is above. Then what it is? It is actual data. Otherwise it is user selection category, that is plan. Keep the formula and make your Excel formula constant values so that you can copy the value. A3 means the selected value. B3 is not B1 is not constant, because by each row, by each column it will pass on. Now see, actual, it is showing. Copy it till the 12th month. Now if you see here, I have taken this value from 6th month onwards, it is automatically showing plan. Why? Because as per our Excel formula, what we have taken, if this value, which is user selection value, is greater than the month which is there in the top, then actual data, because below that everything is actual. Then I am saying actual. Where actual is there? A5. That is why I am taking A5. And then A2 is the selection by the end user, that is plan. So if it is greater than this, then actual. As if it is less than that, then it is plan. Like that I have put my Excel formula. So I got the values for time as well as category. And now my context, I am taking from the edit report these two values. But I want to replace my context value with my created value, which is coming from these Excel formulas in combination with BPC formulas. In order to replace the value which is taken from the edit report section, system will use EPM VOLAP member O. And if you see here, the open bracket means whatever I am choosing from the context, that value will be taken. That is the meaning of this open bracket. If I want to replace it with my value, I have to attach my value here in the bracket. I am putting whatever my value, and then I am removing these brackets because I don't want to take values from edit report section. Now press enter. So what I did, I replaced my value figure B1 here, and I removed the parentheses which is taking the edit report value. Now copy this value till the last month. Now see, automatically your context is replaced with the values which is there in your selection criteria as per your requirement. This is normal Excel formulas which we are doing. Similarly, for category also I want to replace my value instead of the edit report value. So to remove that edit report value, I have to remove this open parenthesis. Make sure that you are removing open parenthesis and comma properly. Now go here and end. Now if you see, the values are replaced with your bracket, and whatever is there after plan, category plan, that open bracket relates to edit report. This open bracket is taking the value from here. So you have to be careful. After category and plan, whatever is the open bracket, you have to remove that only. Now if you see here, automatically instead of edit report selection, whatever we have done, we are giving our values which we have computed in row 1 and 2 replaced with our edit report values. Now refresh. Now if you see here, the values are shown like this. These are actual figures and these are plan figures, since I am having some data in the system. Now this coloring and all we have discussed in the PM formatting sheet. We have add member property or value field. So here I went there and I have selected category and selected actual. Then it came like this, and I have given a formatting to this. That is why I am getting actual with data with this color and label with this color. If you see here, the label is this color and data is this color because of my formatting. I have done it for formatting on a specific member property. Now, if the user changes the time period from June to March, now if you see here, automatically the data is changing for actual and then plan, but data is not changing. Why? Because the refresh button. Now see, the plan data is showing instead of the actual data. Similarly, if he makes it to June, see, till May it is showing the actual figures, and from June onwards it is showing the plan figures. Suppose he is making till October. Here from June onwards there is no values for actual, that is why it is not showing. So like this, whatever is the selected month, till that month the data will be changed to actual, and whatever is the actual data already available in the system will be populated. And only the rest of the period you are allowed to do the planning or forecasting. Sometimes if you are not doing planning, you are doing the forecasting, then you go here and select member as forecast and refresh. Now see, I don't have any forecasted data for October, November and December. That is why it is showing blank. Like this, you can change the category, time period. Based on that, your template will automatically change to actual data and forecast data. Now till here it is okay, but what the problem is, the end user, and I can hide these columns, like press hide. Template till here it looks fine. But what is the problem is, the end user should not be allowed to edit the actual data and send the data to the database. For those purpose, and the columns are dynamically changing between actual and forecast. So in order to maintain the dynamic template where the columns are increasing and decreasing with respect to actual data and forecast data, what we have to do? You have to go to EPM formatting sheet. You have given a special formatting for actual data. Right click, press lock selected cells. Now come here. Now if you try to enter the data here, it is allowing you to post values both in plan as well as forecast. Now save data. System is allowing me to change the actual values also and post the actual values, which the end user should not want to change. So what we have to do? We have to go to EPM, right click. You have to use lock selected cells. Since it is in the locked status, we are getting unlock selected cells option. If it is in the unlocked status, we will get lock selected cells. I'll just press unlock selected cells. Then in the initial screen, you will get like this, lock selected cells. Press this one, come here, go to options, sheet options, protection, protect active workbook, and give whatever is the password you want to make. Press OK. Now refresh. Now I'll just try to go and change this value. See, it is showing the cell is protected, you are trying is protected, and it is only read only. Now you try to change this value. See, system is allowing me to change the forecasted data, not the actual data. Now you try to change any of the values in the actual data, it will show you the cell is protected. Now save data. Now till now it is good. But what happens if I am changing month to June? Then what it should do? From July onwards, from June onwards, it should allow me to enter the data. Now refresh. Previously in the 7th month I am not able to enter the data because actual category. Now it became forecasted category because I chosen June. Now you try to enter some data. Since it is forecast category, not actual category, you are allowed to enter the data. And if you try to modify actual data, it will show you error. So what happens is, when the rows or columns are dynamically expanding also, your locks also automatically expands based on the EPM formatting sheet lock option. This is very useful feature which was not there till 7.5. It was not that much easy. Now they made it very simple from the 10 system onwards. So this is called a rolling forecast template by using your Excel formulas along with the BPC formulas. What BPC formula we have used? We have used EPM context member and then EPM member offset. These are the two functions we have used, which is used generally in all the templates wherever we are doing the complex reporting. We will use these two features. You can say that in almost every template we will be generally having the requirement to use these kind of things. And on the right hand side, generally every client want to have who has logged in into this template. In order to unprotect this sheet, to go to sheet options, give the password, then protection, no protection. Then you are allowed to do any changes in the template. Now you want to see which user has logged in into this template. There is a formula called EPM user, open bracket and close bracket. System will automatically give the username. See, with username Krishna, I have logged in into this particular system. Now if you want to see, you can see here, I have logged in with username Krishna. So automatically system will show you the user which has logged in into this particular template. Generally clients want to keep this as a information on the right hand side, and sometimes they want to use EPM server details also. So for that, EPM server, open bracket and close bracket. It will show you which server you have logged in. You see here, this is the server details you have logged in. If you want to check, you can check it here. bpcsrv.idas.com /8069. See, bpcsrv.idas.com /8069/SAP/BPC. So these are the some of the important EPM formulas which regularly we will be using. Dinesh, we have discussed about how to log in into Excel and all in our not previous class. Before previous class, we discussed how to log in into Excel and all. Again, I will show you once I save this template. I will show you how to log in into Excel and all. Hemang is having a question: does SAP have pre-delivered templates? See, since this is a what you can call BPC is both planning as well as a reporting tool. So SAP has given some predefined templates which generally nobody uses in the implementation, because it's only pre-delivered templates, 1 or 2 templates which will not cater our requirements. So when it comes to reporting system which has the capabilities, SAP suggests you develop that systems based on the requirement of the client, because unlike your ECC where your reports are standard across the organizations, wherever there is a little changes you will be doing through report painter and all. But when it comes to analytical system, every client will have a different requirement. They want to see columns differently, rows differently. So SAP doesn't provide any pre-delivered templates with respect to BPC reporting. In RTS for IFRS GAAP, they have given certain templates for US GAAP and IFRS GAAP for notes, and for what you call balance sheet and profit and loss account. Based on the IFRS requirement, they have provided certain templates which you can modify and you can use it according to your requirement. But straight away you cannot put the values directly, but you have to modify and make sure your reporting requirement is also included in that. But high level structure only they have provided in the RDS, like IFRS starter kit and US starter kit, which is mainly meant for consolidations. For planning, there is no such RDS at present available, which you can use it as standard and you can create something. No, Hemang. See, RDS and all, it is depending upon the client. They have to pay the extra cost and they have to purchase the RDS and all. We are covering only the BPC related thing. RDS will just allow you to do implementation much faster. But we are not covering any RDS because each separate country will have a separate RDS. Like US, most people use US GAAP RDS. Across the world, other places they will use IFRS starter kit. and the concept remains the same, but they are having the predefined template which you can alter according to the requirement of the client. For that, you need to first understand the BPC concept, then only you can edit your RDS in order to implement much quicker. That's the only thing they will provide in RDS. So this is with respect to the rolling forecast template. If you have any doubts, please let me know so that I'll clear those, and then I'll move on to the next topic. Okay, then we'll discuss on the other important advanced template creation, how we'll use. I'm developing some report. Previously we discussed, suppose I am having a requirement like this. In account I am taking a balance sheet, member and descendants, time I'm okay. I'm making this as input form and I'm using apply dynamic formatting. So like this, I have some template. Now here I am getting the values based on the edit report. If you remember, we have discussed in edit report we can use based on the property also instead of the values directly from here. So if I select based on property, filter by property values. So if I select, I want to display account type is equal to EXP, only expense values. Apply dynamic filter, press OK. Now here the user can able to see only the expense GL accounts that are there in the my master data. But the user requirement is such that it is dynamic. In this template, sometimes you want to see expense details, sometimes you want to see income details also. At that time, every time user will not go to the edit report and create the requirement and then do the editing and all. It will be cumbersome job because in the template we might be creating so many other formulas which will affect that particular template. So we can customize the template as per the requirement of the user by making this property selection also dynamic without depending upon the edit report. How to make that as a dynamic one based on the user selection? How can we adjust the row access and make it? In order to do that, we have certain EPM formulas given by the BPC system. So for that purpose, we need to have some EPM formulas working in the BPC system. Go to EPM, EPM member property value. EPM member property. Ganesh is having a question. For every report requirement, do we have a separate template creation? No. See, I mean to say, Ganesh, we have to look into the reporting requirements of the client, and we have to say that we can combine few of the report directly doing in Excel right now if they are doing right now in based on one report based on the category, one report based on the time. So you can combine those templates, and in order to combine those templates, you have to design a BPC template so that it satisfies both the requirements. Like that, whoever working as a solution architect, they have to look into the templates of the client, and they have to modify, and they have to combine few of the templates and make it number of templates. They will make it as very less, and then they will achieve those things by changing the category and context, which they are not able to do previously in their old system. That rationalization, as a solution architect, he has to take care about that. Mitesh is having a question. Do we have list of EPM formulas? Yeah, Mitesh. We are having EPM user guide. In that, one of the section is the EPM member formulas. Whatever we are discussing is the main EPM formulas which are required for a report. There are other EPMs that are there which will just be used for converting from 7.5 to 10, which is already covered in the edit report section. So I am covering whatever is not covered in the edit report section and which are useful with respect to 10, because from 7.5 to 10 they are migrating. Some of the formulas which are required, they will migrate into BPC 10 with the new formulas that the system will take care when they are doing the migration, that are not required when we are working in 10 directly. And Hemang is having a question. On an average, how much time it takes to create balance sheet templates? 2 weeks? I don't think, Hemang, 2 weeks or 3 weeks is required. You can create all the templates within 1 week. See, here you are using only drag and drop option and with limited functionalities. And moreover, if it is the balance sheet templates where the format is fixed, only rows you will have data and columns you will have current year and previous year with actual data. It's very prefixed templates. It will not take much time. If you are working in planning, I agree. Sometimes planning templates will be more cumbersome, so many calculations involved, so many variations will be involved. Planning template, based on the complexity, it might vary. But generally for consolidation, where the balance sheet and the P&L reporting is concerned, those are standard and you can create maximum within 1 week. Even 20-30 templates along with the notes also you can create it within 1 week, not more than that. 1 week also I am saying a higher end. Okay, so we want to make the property selection by the user as a dynamic selection. So what we have to use? EPM dimension property values. Put fx. What dimension you are doing? Property values, account dimension. And what property you want? Account type property. Yes. Okay. So these are the values that are there in the BPC presently for account details. So I'm just putting it only for the information purpose that I'm having these property values. I want to make these property values as a part of my drop down list. How to make it? So go here. So F3. EPM dimension override. So I want to override the dimension value. Dimension override. What dimension? Account dimension. And what members? Account type equal to and we'll place that here in F4. So we can make the property values here. I'm just putting it EXP. So I can create these four with Excel formula dimension underscore property. Go here. Go to data, data validation, list, dimension underscore property. Okay, go to data validation, list, you can find assets. And report ID, whatever present report ID is 000. Now come here, refresh. Now see, if I have selected assets, it is showing only asset related GL accounts. What we are doing, we are overwriting the account dimension value based on the property type. And based on the property, previously it is showing only expense GLs. Now it is showing asset GL accounts. Even though I have selected property values to show only expenses, I am overriding those dimension values with the properties I am selecting from the drop down list. So now if I want to see only liabilities, select liabilities, press refresh. See, I am able to see only the liabilities. If I use the edit report, what is the problem is, there we are hard coding it to only show the expenses, and the user doesn't have the capability to select other values. And if you want to see only the expenses, only the liabilities and only the assets, we need to create 3 multiple templates if we are using edit report thing. And instead of that, we can use this EPM dimension override formula and override the values with your property selection in one template itself. So as Dinesh rightly asked, when we are discussing these templates with the client, so when we are discussing these templates with the client, we have to see the reporting requirements and see how we can manage this by using the formulas, and how can we automate this thing instead of creating the static reports. Now what we did, instead of creating them based on the property through edit report where we can use only one property, we made that template as a dynamic one. And if there is a requirement to see only assets, only liabilities, we can achieve those things without creating 4 templates with the single template itself. So like this, you have to do the rationalization of reporting also when you are working as a solution consultant, and you have to provide solutions in order to support these requirements. Dinesh, I think you got that your answer properly. Previously what I am explaining to you, Ganesh. So this is one of the important EPM formula which we will be using when we are working in the template creation. So here we are using EPM dimension property values in order to just see what are all the property values, and I have created those property values here. And I have given the data validation, which is normal Excel function, to give a drop down list for the end user. So, and then what I have given in the EPM dimension override, a report 000 means the present report. It is standard across BPC. And what dimension is there in the account column? It is account dimension. And what members I want to replace? I want to replace it based on the account type. So I have given account type is equal to, and what value I need to put after equal to, it is F4. That is there in the data validation which I have provided. Like this, we have to use the BPC formulas along with your Excel formulas in order to make your template more user friendly and make it as dynamic reporting. And as I said, this will not come over time. You have to practice a lot, including your Excel formulas, in order to make these kind of templates. Report ID is the present report which you have logged in. It's always 000 is the report ID which you have logged in. You see here, 000 is the default report which you have logged in. If you see here, 000 is the default report which you have logged in presently into the system. So those are the some of the formulas. Along with that, I will tell you some of the other formulas which generally we'll use. There is a comment related thing which I'll discuss after this when we are discussing on the comment section. And there is something called, if you want to see the list of the dimensions, you can use dimension list. EPM dimension list. Dinesh is having a question, are these formulas available in 7.52? Yes, Dinesh, 7.5 we are having lot of formulas compared to this. They have reduced the formulas in 10 because they have given all those formulas. Like previously when we are working, we want to create read-only data, local members, all those things we have to create with EV formulas till 7.5. Now all those things they have brought into this particular portion, and they have brought some things into option section. All those things they have made it more user friendly compared to 7.5. And that is why if you see the formulas in the EPM, still they are supporting so many formulas which are there right now in the edit report also, in order to have the migration happening. When it is migrating from 7.5 to 10, it needs to have a one formula in 10 also, which is there in 7.5. That is why SAP allowed that migration to happen, and SAP has specifically given some of the EV formulas which are not supported at all in the 10 version. So if you are creating any template with those EV formulas which is provided by SAP as not supported, you have to create those templates in the 10 after migration. That is the SAP recommended thing. So if you see here, it will show the list of dimensions that are available in your present model, like how we see the property values. And for each line item, I want to see the property values. I have EPM member property, and I can specify what member I want. This is the member, and what property I want to have, say ACCTYP account type. Now if you see here, automatically system will create it as a local member formula, and it will put the whatever is the required property value. And sometimes, as we discussed, for entity there might be a requirement to see what entity belongs to what region and all, which we will maintain in the master data. So if we want to see the template or report by region wise also, region is not a dimension or master data for us, it's only a property value which is an attribute. So if you create a report, entity in the columns, entity in the rows, and take the dimension value here, the region value, you will get for each of the entity what region it belongs to, and you can hide the entity dimension so that you will get a region wise reporting also. So these are the some of the things which, based on the requirement of the user, your solution architect will be, whoever is working as a solution architect, they have to develop these kind of solutions in order to make the reporting from the end user point of view simple and possible. What are all the options that are there in the BPC system? For that purposes, generally we will be using EPM member property, which is generally used in the template creations everywhere. That means in any project. See, these read-only data, these are already available in the edit report section, but still SAP is providing these details because SAP want to support 7.5 to 10 migration, where 7.5 we have to specifically mention those things with EV formulas. This EPM retrieve data and all we will be using there. EPM save data, all these things are used in 7.5, which we can use it here also, but we can directly use from the edit report, no need to create formulas separately. And we have something called EPM work status. When I am discussing on the work status, I will show you how the status will look like and all. This is also very important feature. So there are EPM user guide is there, which I will provide you the link. If you are having user ID, you can download that user guide. In that user guide, one of the section is EPM formulas. There they have given with the formulas, list of formulas and the description of each formula. If somebody wants to master those formulas, and also they can go through and they can practice on their own. And BPC 430 also has given some of the important EPM formulas with the examples also. Whatever we are discussing is the high level high-end reporting part using multiple EPM formulas with Excel formulas. But individually, if you want to learn only that particular EPM formula, BPC 430 book has given examples of, you can say that some of the important EPM formulas. But if you want to have all the list of the formulas, EPM user guide is there. I will search the link and I will forward the link to you in next class. Dinesh is having a question. Are there many questions in certification on EPM formulas? No, I heard from last 2 to 3 certifications they are asking 1 or 2 questions out of EPM formulas, which by giving a glance you can understand what EPM formula refers to and what it will do. Like EPM dimension list, it will support to show you the list of dimensions. Other things, major reporting part, EPM dimension overrides. It will override the dimension which is there in the row axis. Like that, we can specify. We can specifically understand each of the formula by the description also, which we can directly clear in the certification. I don't think with certification point of view, EPM formulas is not that much big deal. Hari, I did not get you. What you want to speak about certification means? Certification generally will be 3 hours, 180 questions. Sometimes they will ask question inside the question also. It will cover both planning and consolidation. For BPC certification purposes, you have to go through 420, 430 and 440. 420 is for administration part. 430 is for a reporting part as well as the data loads, and then 440 is purely for consolidation. How many hours of preparation means I cannot say, because it depends upon each individual how they will read through. Each book will have around 500 pages, so you can think whatever preparation time is required in order to complete 500 pages after attending the class. Now 420, 430, 440 are 3 books used for BPC. To understand the BPC, we require 420, 430, 440. So examination is on 3 books, combination of all those 3. Like if you are working in FI, FI is having 5 tab books, right? So all the 5 tab books will cover different aspects of FI. Similarly, in BPC, these 3 tab books cover different aspects of BPC system. So you have to go through 420, 430 and 440 to clear the exam. So till now, if you are having any doubts, please let me know. Then we'll move on to the comment section. When we are working in the BPC reporting part, if you are having a little knowledge on the Excel also, it will be helpful in creating some of the complex reporting. You can use your Excel knowledge also in order to support the BPC formulas. That will be a great combination in order to work on the reporting part along with EPM formulas. Okay, just give me a minute. We will discuss on the comment section. Hi everyone. Ganesh is having a question. To clear the certification, does FI business knowledge is mandatory? No, Ganesh, FI business knowledge is not at all required. You require BPC knowledge only. But if you are working as a solution consultant, then you need to have a knowledge towards the FI system, because your planning as well as consolidation data mainly depends on FI, SD data, where major integration part with respect to the financials will be there. So if you are working as a solution consultant, so in order to know which data is getting posted from where and how to do the planning, somebody will be doing the planning based on the last purchase price. So in order to see how I will get the last purchase price from the end user point of view, so that I can display that, based on that he will do. So for those things you require an FI knowledge, and that will be provided by the solution consultant, which table he needs to take the values, and which FI tables will get hit, and what transactions you can see it from that FI table. That will be given by the solution consultant to the technical consultant, so that he can bring the data at that level. So whoever is working as a solution consultant, if they are having FI knowledge, that will be very helpful in the projects when they are working as a solution, designing the solution. Minimum score, I heard it is 71%, but last attempt I am not sure how much percentage they got it. They have made it, but till previous certification exam and all, it was 71%. Dinesh, I am not sure on the passing percentage and all. But generally people with whatever we are discussing, along with that, if you read through 420, 430, 440, it is not difficult to clear the exam. That's what I can say. But exactly the passing rate, I don't know. Okay. So when we are discussing on the comments part, comments are of two types. One is at header level comments and line item level comments. Unlike your data entry, when you are storing the data with all these context members and with the row access and column access, system will store the data, which we have seen already. Because when we are storing the data, it will store against net income, June, Germany, forecast, product C, euro, and then the periodic measurement. So combination of all these things will be the data record. It will be storing in the BPC system. Any one thing is missing, system will not able to store the data. And when we are discussing, we discuss the data entry at the top level is not possible. Even if you try to enter the data here and save data, if you see here, account dimension PL 500, which is operating income, is not a base member. It's a parent member. So whenever parent member is there, you cannot enter the data in the BPC system. It is an automatic roll up by the BPC system. You can enter the data only at the base level, which we have already discussed. Unlike that, SAP BPC allows you to store the comments either at the top node or at the base node. So system allows both the data entry possible with respect to comments only, not the data entry. So when I am saying at header level, if you see here, there is something called comments tab. If you click here, there is an option called add comment. Press here. When you are adding the comment, you have an option to select priority. What is the priority of the comment? These will be useful when you are searching the comments also. You can search what are all the high priority comments that have been added in the BPC system for this particular planning scenario or a consolidation scenario. So you can use this priority as a search criteria when you are searching. So I am just putting header comment. And you can use any keyword which is useful for your search. And here, if you see here, there is something called active context and custom context. What is meant by active context? Active context means whatever is there in the context, this will be taken as the value in order to store this particular comment. If you store it against active context, whatever is the selection in the active context. Suppose if you see here, it is showing balance sheet in the account dimension, which is a top node. If you save this comment, this will be stored against the account called balance sheet, not the net income, because in context I am showing it as balance sheet. We'll see how it will display. I am saving this comment against the active context. Now if you see here, like data entry also, system will show you the results, how many data records have been accepted with respect to comments. Press OK. Now if you want to see your comments, you can go here, press find comments. System will open the comments through web page. When it is opening the comments, you can search by priority. You can search by context, active context or custom context. You can search by the author. You can search by the date range also. So I am selecting active context because I have stored the comment against the active context. Press find. System will open the web section. Now if you see here, I have added header comment. If you see where it is stored against forecast, time period, DE, BS000, which is balance sheet, the top node, and then euro, periodic and product C. So what it is taking? It is taking the context values when it is storing this particular comment. Now I will store a comment against a custom context and we will see how it will look like. Now I am giving a priority called critical. I am just putting custom comment. Keyword for searching is custom. And I am selecting it as a custom context. Once I selected custom context, that means that I am not using the active context which is available. I want to change and store it against a particular other item. So instead of product C, I will select this comment should be stored against product A. And instead of forecast, it should store against actual category. So I am not saving this comment against the context. I am saving this comment against a other context, which is a custom context, which is other than the context available here. Now press save button. So one has been accepted. Now go to find comments. You can press find here. And here I am seeing only header comment because I have selected active context. If I want to see all the comments, go to edit criteria, select here all members, and I have all members. So I am selecting all members to display the comment. See, this is the custom comment and this is the header comment. Now if you see the data where it is stored against actual, and it is stored against the product here which we have chosen. Previously the custom context, it is showing this value, and wherever we have used active context, it is showing this value which is there in the context. Like this, when we are storing the comments, we can store against the custom context or active context. Now whatever we have seen is the comments which we are entering at the header level, that is at the top node, and we can enter only one comment for the entire section of the data. And sometimes what happens is, for each line item there might be a different comment I need to post as an end user, and I want to see those comments. I want to see my manager to see those comments instead of logging into the comment section and seeing the comments from here using the find comments option. Because when he is using the find comment option, he can go into the web template only and he can see the comments, but he cannot see directly in the reporting part, which is of no use for me because I want my manager also to see the comments directly in the template itself without going into the web portion. And I should be allowed to save the comment at each line item level instead of the header level. When I'm talking about header, it is against a context, that means against an active context or a custom context. But I am not storing the values directly, and I am using the comment option to add the comments. But if I directly want to enter the comments directly in Excel, instead of going to comment section and add, and I want to display those things also into the reporting, then there is a line item comments which we can choose. Till now whatever we discussed is the header item comments, which we can give it at header level for the entire section of the data or for entire report. Dinesh is having a question, how the comments are used in Dinesh, I am going to cover that, Dinesh. And V is having a question, what if others also create the comment on the same context? It's overwrite. Yes, V, it is overwrite only. If with the same values, with the same master data, even if you are posting an entry in F5, it's a overwrite option only. Similar way in BPC also, if everything remains the same, if you are posting a new value, it's overwrite only. Now, in order to store the comments at line item level, we have to use EPM formulas. How to use that EPM formulas? EPM save comment. This is the formula which we need to use to save the comments. When I am saving the comments, when I want to save the comments at line item level, so my row access becomes the distinct identity for me. So which cell comment I want to store? I am putting H as my comment section. So I am putting H. And against which line item I want to store? This line item. So this line item keeps on changing. H9, H10 like that, comments are also going to be added. So I have created one formula like this. Okay, suppose I have kept like this the EPM save comment formula, and I have given here comments this particular column, and I referred this particular cell in my, if you see here, H9, that is this line item I have given as my comment cell. So I am putting say comment 1. Okay, like this I am storing, just to show the information I am storing it like that. So I am storing comment 1 to 9. From the end user perspective, once we given the formula like this and given a linkage to H9, H10 like this, if you see, this is H10. And the E10 is the different identification member, that is account dimension, because we are storing line item level comments. Hide this particular column from the end user perspective. When he sees the template, he will be seeing like this in the comments column. He will be entering his own comments. And then once he entered the comments, he will use save button. It will show 9 comments are there. If you see here, total 9 comments I have added. So 9 comments is saved. Press OK. Now the comments have been stored. If you want to see the comments from the web perspective also, you can go edit criteria, display report. Select all members in the account dimension. Now if you see, comment 1 is stored against PL 600, that is net income. You see here, I'll make this as ID and description. PL 600 is comment 1. Similarly, PL 020 is comment 6. If you go here, if you go here, PL 020, that is comment 6. See, system is automatically storing for each line item the comments which we have added here. Now I am deleting a comment from the front end. So I am deleting, say, comment 7. Delete and save. Press S. Now one comment has been deleted. Once we deleted, it is showing 3 dots here. Why it is showing 3 dots? Because if you go to options, sheet option, if you see here, if there is any empty comment is there, by default you want to put these things. If you want to put any comment here like empty or something or NA, whatever you want, you can put it in the user options section. That will be displayed whenever there is no comment or whenever the comment has been deleted. Empty comment will be displayed like this. It is up to you, whatever you want to configure, you can configure that in the user options under other section. That is why after emptying, the comment is showing with 3 dots. Now if you go back and see the edit criteria, display report. Now see, the comment 7 will not be displayed at all, because even though the point is there, it is only to describe you as a empty comment. But when the comment section, if you see, it will be displayed like 111. It will not show comment 7 at all. Even the empty comment will also shown like this. That is from front end if you are deleting. If I will delete, say, comment 5 from the back end, that is from the web section. Delete comment. Press OK. So I am deleting from the web section comment 5. Come here, EPM, refresh. Now see, when I am deleting from the web section, if you see here, there is no dot 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 is available, because we are deleting directly in entirety from the system, the comment from the system, from the web section, not from the Excel. If you are deleting from the Excel part, whatever is the default value you kept it in the option section, sheet of user options, the default value will be displayed. If you are deleting from the web part, it is deleted forever without any default value. This is the important thing which I want to show you. So whenever you are deleting any of the comments from the web section, it will automatically get deleted without any default value being stored in the system. But if you are deleting something from the Excel line item level, then it will be deleted, but it will be stored with the default value which you are keeping in the Excel. This is very, very important thing which you need to remember. And sometimes I have seen some of the questions like this also coming up in the certification exam. Dinesh is having a question, does it save comments according to the hierarchy? I did not get your point, Dinesh. According to hierarchy means I am saying against line item level it is storing. Whether it is a hierarchy or a base member or any member, it is storing against this, whether it is a top node or a base node. That is why if you see PL600, which is a top node, the comment one is stored against that hierarchy top node. You see here comment 1 is stored against PL600, which is a high hierarchy node, which is the highest node. And till now we have used how to save the comments, but how to retrieve the comments, we'll just create one more report and we'll see how to retrieve the comments. Suppose I'm putting entity, I'm putting say time. Okay. So if you see here, I have stored the comments against entity called DE. Okay. So I stored the comments against line item, that is here, each line item wise. Now if I want to retrieve the comments, there is an option called EPM comment partial context. Based on which member I want to retrieve? I want to retrieve based on this and based on this. Press OK. Now if you see here, I am not able to retrieve any comment because I have stored my comments against this line items. And when I am storing my comment against this line item, the DE and June are my top nodes. And when I am storing comments, I am storing against a particular line item level, which I am not specifying in the context at all. So if I use EPM comment full context, press OK. Now if you see, if I use the partial context, because this is part of either net income or other income, everything is same, that is why it is not picking the partial context. So whenever you want to use partial context, then against which distinctive member you have stored your comments, that should be there in your row access. If it is not like that, then you have to use EPM full context, then only you can bring your comments from the database. This is the difference between using partial context and full context. And if I am changing this net income to say balance sheet. Balance sheet I have stored the header comment. If you remember, the header comment I stored against BS111, that is the balance sheet. Sorry, header comment I stored against BS000, that is balance sheet. And line item level comment I stored, sorry, custom context I stored against actual and then product A. If I change here to actual and then product A. See, it is showing custom context. Similarly, if I use any of the other line item comments also, say I am using gross margin. Press OK. I'll just check. So for gross margin, we have used forecast and product C. See, for gross margin we stored comment 3, which is there here. Comment 3, which is there against PL 300. So whatever we are seeing is the comments which we have stored against a particular line item. In our particular line item, our distinctive thing is account dimension. So if I want to see all the comments also in line item basis, I need to have my account also part of my row axis. Now, it's net income. Now what I have to do, I have to change my formula because a new member has been added. And I'm referring to this. This is constant. And member 2 is, press OK. Now refresh. See, we have stored our comments like this here. See, third party sales, we don't have any comment. CF001, we have comment 9. CF001 is not part of this, so we are not able to get that. So if we add CF001 also, see CF001, that is comment 9, which we have stored it like this. So the same thing we can retrieve it using the comment option into our template for this option. So like this we can retrieve the comments from the database from the line item level also, When we are storing against line item, we can store also, we can retrieve also the line item level comments. You mean to say manage comment screen, they are not displayed in sequence. You are saying this one? Okay. It is not based on this. It is based on the what you can call it as actual, then forecast. First item, based on first item, it will take. You can say that it is an alphabetical order. If you see here, these two, everything is same. It is 510 and 600. That is why 510 is coming first and 600 is coming next, like that. By dimension wise, it will check. And this is with respect to comments. When we discussed in the audit section also, there is something called comments activation also at the audit level. We'll go to the audit report in the home, audit, comments. So go to audit section, click on comments. Now here, when you are searching on the comments, you can search by model also. So we have entered in training model, and then by dimension members, by history, full history of the comments, and start time, priority. You can search by priority also, which priority you want, with which user ID, with keyword. This is the searching of comments through audit. Previously we are finding comments through Excel. This is searching. Both will provide you the same details, but here what is the thing is, you will have print option, export to file option. These two things will not be available when you are searching from here. I think they have added it from here. I'll just check in this particular service pack it is there. Yeah, if you see here, there is nothing called print and export to file. That you cannot find it through manage comments which you are getting from Excel. But here you have an option to delete the comment in the manage comments. But in audit, there will not be any delete criteria because you are just auditing the details which you have got it. This here you have an option to see the details by ID, description, and ID and description also. If you put ID and description, it will show you the full details. And if you put print, it will ask you to create as a print file and all. Then you can export it to a CSV file also if you want to have the comments to be added. So through audit comments, you can get print and export option. In manage comments, you have the delete option, and you can show the history of the comments. That is the difference between finding comments through Excel and from the audit section, which is there in the general comment section. We'll discuss on the work status separately when we are discussing, and then security and BPF. These three are left out in the audit section, which we will discuss when we are discussing on the each portion. So this is with respect to the comments part in BPC system. So in order to enable the comments, which we have discussed when we are discussing on the models, first thing what we need to do is we have to enable the comments for particular model. Like data entry, comments are also stored against a model only, because at model level only the data is storing. The comments also will be stored against a particular model. But the advantage of comments is you can store against the top node values also, not even base member. You can store it against the top node values. But as we discussed, first thing we need to do is, when we are creating the model, we discussed we have to enable the comments. This is the prerequisite we will do when we are doing the comments. When we are doing the implementation also, generally comments will be the pre-requirement for any client. We will enable the comments from here and we will put the comment length here. The maximum is 1332 is allowed in the BPC system. If you see here, if you put cursor here, it will show the comment length is 1332. You cannot exceed the comment size which is provided here, and you have to use the enable comments checkbox and put the length here. This we discussed when we are discussing on the model, because at model level only we will enable the comments. So if you have any doubts, please let me know with respect to the comments part. Okay, then we'll go into the another part, that is validations. With respect to validations, we have two types of validations. One is master data validations and another is transaction data validations. At planning stage, generally there will not be any transaction data validations, because when we are doing planning, we are not doing the transaction level any checking and all. But when you are working in consolidation, you have to take care about so many aspects when we are loading the data. So at transaction level, controls are provided at the consolidation level, which is more of a relevance rather than at planning level. At planning level and consolidation level, the master data validations will be prevalent. So when we are discussing right now the validations which is applicable for master data validations, which is applicable both in planning and consolidation. The transaction data validations, which we call controls in BPC, we'll discuss at the time of consolidation. If you see here, they have attached that in the consolidation central, there is something called controls, which is nothing but transaction data validations, which is applicable for consolidation. So we'll discuss those things at the time when we are discussing on the consolidation part. So at present, whatever we are discussing is with respect to master data validations. What is the difference between a transaction data validation and a master data validation? Transaction data validation means, for a simple example, my assets is equal to liabilities plus equity. So my asset total value should be equal to my liabilities plus equity value. That is on the transaction data basis. That is called transaction data validations. With respect to master data, for example, I am having say 4 products. I am having 5 entities. So entity 1 should only deal in product 1, 2, 3 only, not in 4, 5. If I allow the user to enter any product, then by mistake they will do the planning for product 4 in entity A also. That I want to avoid from the end user point of view. So by mistake also they should not be allowed to select a different combination. That is called master data validations, because we are discussing on the entity level and product level, which is two master data elements for us. These validations are called master data validations. In any project, we will be definitely getting master data validations as a prerequisite. Without that, I don't think a planning project and consolidation project will be there. So this is very, very important feature with respect to the validations is concerned, which takes care about the master data validations. So in order to enable the master data validations, we have to enable that only from the backend. Go to the BW system. Go to BPC. Ganesh is having question. Generally, every client will have both planning and consolidation together. Need not be, Ganesh. Consolidation is when you are having multi organizations with multiple subsidiaries, multiple things. If you are having only one or two entities, there is no point of going for consolidation. They can do planning and they can leave the consolidation outside the system because there is no requirement at all. So it doesn't mean that you should have both in same client. There is a possibility, but it is not mandatory. Some clients will only go for planning at the first stage and consolidation at a later stage when the users are stabilized with the planning product and all. So it is typically you will not have both simultaneously work parallelly going on. I have never seen any client going for planning and consolidation simultaneously. Either they will go for planning first and after some stabilization they will go for consolidation, or in a vice versa. Yes, elimination is part of consolidation. Elimination of investments and elimination of intercompany transactions. So go to the backend. Go to T code called UJ underscore validation. This is the place we will create our validations. As I said, in BW we need to understand some of the concept. Even though if you are a FI consultant or if you are not having BW knowledge, we need to understand some of the BW concept, not the entire BW. Like what we discussed, how to see the data from the BW in the cube, and what are all the master data when we are adding from the BPC front end, how it is added. Just you need to know that information. And second information from the back end, what you need to know, how to create validations. And third information also I will tell you when we are discussing on the other areas. But this is also very important area which we need to understand from the back-end BW system. In order to create the validations, first of all you have to select against which environment you are creating the validations, because as we discussed, at any point of time at a client place we will be doing all the planning or consolidation within one environment that is equal to client level in your ECC system. So I am creating validations in this environment. When I am creating validations, always in BPC you will be creating validations against a driver dimension. What is driver dimension? We will discuss. Click on assign driver dimension. That is the first step. If you see here, the sequence they have kept it is the way in which you have to proceed in creating the validations. First, assign driver dimension. Now if you see here, by each model wise you can create validations. Why it is allowing model wise creation of validations? Because the data entry and the master data is dependent upon the model. Because in model you have dimensions and transaction data. That is why the dimensions are part of models. So different models will have different dimensions. As we have seen, consolidation will have different models, planning will have different models, and in planning also, if you are doing the inventory planning, there will have a different dimension, expense planning there is a different dimension, and capex planning there will be a different dimension. So by each model wise you will have a different dimensions. So when we are discussing on the master data validations, so depending upon the model, the dimensions will keep on changing. So SAP BPC allows you to create master data validations at each model level. And in each model you have a different dimensions that can be created. Dinesh, as we discussed in our first class itself, the transaction data, whatever we are entering from the front end, we are storing, it will be stored automatically as a cube in the backend and store the data in the backend BW system only. And we have seen how it will create a backend cube and how it will store the data. All those things we have seen. So when I am talking about driver dimension, for each of the model we can have one dimension as a driver dimension. What is the concept of driver dimension? It means, if you see here, they have given the what is driver dimension means. Driver dimension is the validation rules applied at driver dimension. For example, if your driver dimension is account, then whatever rules you are creating will be creating against the account dimension. That means, suppose if I am taking entity, for example, training and plan, where we are discussing all these things, I have selected dimension entity as my driver dimension. What it refers to is, when I am creating my logics, my driver dimension will remain constant. That means my left hand side will remain a constant in the equation. Right hand side will keep on changing. Always left hand side will remain constant. That is nothing but driver dimension. As I said, for entity A, it should only deal in product A and B. So my entity is becoming as a driver dimension and the right hand side is product. So in a equation, left hand side and right hand side is constant when you are creating the validation. Right hand side can be anything. Now take another example. My entity B can deal in product C and product B, but they can enter the data only in the actual category. So in right hand side I am having two combination, category with product. Like that I can have multiple combination of dimensions on the right hand side, but my left hand side is always entity. So that I am choosing as my driver dimension, based on which all my validations will happen. That dimension should be selected as a driver dimension. This is very important. So in my present example, I have selected entity as my driver dimension. If you want to select other dimension, you can select it by keeping this, and you can select any other dimension also. Once you select it, you can use save driver dimension settings. Then go back, go to rule maintenance. First step is assigning driver dimension. That is why they have given it in the sequence. Second step is rule maintenance. Go to rule maintenance. So what dimension I have selected as a driver dimension, against that only I can create rules. So select the dimension which you have selected as a driver dimension, entity, and press OK. Here I can create a rule. When I am creating a new rule, I use create new rule. If I am editing a new rule, I can edit the new rule using this option. Since I have already created, I am using edit rule. But when you are creating for the first time, you have to use create rule option. I am going to edit rule to show you what are all the things you need to consider. The rule number and the dimension, if you see here, it is in the non-editable format. System will give you sequential numbering for each rule. If you are creating 4 rules, system will automatically give the numbering 1, 2, 3, 4. And why here the dimension entity is showing in grayed out mode is, as I said, left hand side is always fixed when you are selected as a driver dimension. As I selected entity as a driver dimension, it is showing in the grayed out mode, which you cannot edit when you are creating the rules. And the description, according to your requirement, you can maintain the description. And assigned member means in the entity dimension, which are the members you want to create this particular rule. You can give single member, or you can give from and to, or you can give multi-selection using the ranges, or if you want to give multi-selection, you can give the multi-selection values here, like your normal system, normal SAP system, either your ECC system or BW system. Multiple selection you can do it from here. So what I am saying is, my entity dimension left hand side, for Australia entity only this rule is applicable. If you want to create multiple entities also, you can select, but for our understanding I am using one member. So entity Australia. And if you see the logic table, that means this is your right hand side of the logic. So when my entity is Australia, that is left hand side, what is the logic I want to use to create the validation? What I am saying, if you want to add any dimension, click here, press add dimension. It will create a line item, and then you can select which dimension you want to maintain in the right hand side. I have used category and product. So what I am saying is, when entity is Australia, category should always be actual. Operators I am allowed is equal to and not equal to. And product should not be product A. So what I am creating is, when entity is Australia, I am not allowed to sell product A, and I am not allowed to enter other than actual category data. So that is my condition or validation I am setting up. This is one example I am saying. In consolidation, generally people will keep, if you are having intercompany transactions. So whenever there is an intercompany GL account is there, the trading partner field should not be blank. That is one kind of validation. So depending upon the requirement of the client, you will be coming up the different validation requirements. Based on that, you have to build the validation rules. So this is one of the validation rule, where I am specifying entity on the left hand side, and right hand side I am selecting multiple combination with category and product. So both the combination has to be satisfied in order to save a record. You can keep one dimension also according to your requirement. You can keep 3 dimensions also. Once you created rule, you use save rule. Rule 1 has been saved successfully. Go back. Second rule also I have created, we'll just see. If you see second rule, for entity CN, that is China, I am saying it should allow to do business only with product B. That is why I am saying product is equal to product B. So my second validation rule is, whenever there is an entity called China, it should allow to enter data only in product B. Ganesh, I did not get you. What is the limitation of usage? What exactly you refer to limitation? No, Hari, as I said clearly, when we are defining the validations, it is for a particular model and for a particular master data dimension. That is called master data validations. So when I am saying master data validations at a dimension level, how can we create by template wise? It cannot be possible. So at what level we are creating, only at that level only validation happens. Ganesh is a question, how many validations can be used? You can create as many number as you want. There is no such limit like only you create one or two. There is no limit. Yeah, Dinesh is having a question. Is validation used when you link the data from BW to BPC? That means when you are loading the data from BW to BPC. Pardon my dumb question. No, Dinesh, it is very, very valid question and it is very, very important question also. In my next screen, I am going to cover this. This is very, very important question, Dinesh. Where you will cover these validations, that is also very important. That is our next screen where we will be assigning the dimension rules. Sorry, validation rules. Now, once I created this validation rule, I am saving this validation rule. Go back and then go back. If you have any requirement to copy the validations, you can copy. If you don't have, you can leave the third step alone. And deletion also can be possible if you want to delete any validation configuration. And I don't want copy and deletion, so I'm checking the validations. So you can check, you can turn on and check, or you can check and then turn on according to your requirement. So I'm just checking the validations whether it is properly created or not. Yeah, now all the checks have been passed successfully. Kamlesh is having question, can I have multiple conditions in one validation? Kamlesh, what we discussed in rule 1 is multiple conditions only. What I said is my category should be actual and product should not be product A. That is a multiple condition only. Yeah, Kamlesh. Yeah.
Krishna, this is Hari. Sorry to come online. My point is, if you define the validations at the dimension level or model level, for example, China, you said product 8 only, and that's the backend at that level you're doing.
Correct.
And are we not restricting the total possibilities to the planner here that in case, I mean, we define we will go away, and of course, regular maintenance will go. If what happens if China has to deal with product 6 also tomorrow? The specific question I have is, should the validations be not specific to another sub-entity? Like it may not be a template. May not be a template. Template level you can validate using Excel functionality or EPM functionality. I understood that part of it.
No, what you said is conditional formatting. What you are saying, with conditions you can write and macros you can create, that is okay. But from the back end, system is providing you to control the activity. See, you are saying, I'm taking a vague example here. Suppose you take an example of validation requirement where I'm saying there is an intercompany GL account. So for intercompany GL account, in order to do the consolidation, I need to have a trading partner. So if I don't have a trading partner, I cannot eliminate my intercompany transactions. So when I'm creating a validation rule, when my account GLs is equal to intercompany GL accounts, then my validation rule on the right hand side is the trading partner field should not be blank. This is a validation rule. So unless this validation is passed through, I cannot load any data into the BPC system, because otherwise I cannot do the consolidation at all. My consolidation figures are wrong. So how you will handle this situation? You're controlling at the data load level itself, which is the correct point of control. And what I'm saying is product China can able to sell the product C later on. That is a later judgment you are taking. So at that time you have to do the modification. So whenever you are going for a configuration, later on if there is any changes are happening, you have to bound to do the configurational changes with respect to validation. That is part and parcel of the regular maintenance. You cannot avoid that. But at present, the client requirement is like that. Why should end user by mistake put a value in the product C when they are not allowed to do at all? So my client will ask me, so what is the control you are putting when my end user by mistake put the value in product C, which he is not allowed to do so? Then what answer you can give? How to control that? So for that purpose, SAP has allowed to create the validation at master data level. And whenever you are going in a regular maintenance, there will be changing scenarios in the business. Based on the changing scenarios only, your maintenance will keep on going, and you will be adding certain more things when you are doing in the maintenance, some small developments you are doing. So how they are arriving? They are arriving based on the business dynamics changing. The same way here also it will apply. Kamlesh, I did not get your point, Kamlesh. You are saying if entity AU and value is actual, then only material A. Yeah, but for plan, any material is allowed. Yes. Hello. What I said is, hello.
Yeah, I mean, Krishna, what I was trying to say is that, I mean, in that particular condition, it made it sound like the only actual values are allowed. And
no. If you remember what I said, I can take single value or multiple values also. For our understanding purpose, I have taken one value. When you want to create another value also, you can create here.
Yeah, what I'm trying to understand is
that if you
that
select actual, budget, plan also, it will take.
No, I understand that, Krishna. What I'm trying to say is that can it be multifold condition, saying that
it is multifold only, right? For entity Australia, I'm saying actual and plan are also allowed, and you're not allowed to enter in product A, and you are allowed to enter in only in product B and C.
So can I say that when you are doing actual, that's when product A is not allowed, but when you are doing planning, product A is allowed?
Yeah, that is my condition here.
Okay.
If you don't want at plan level also, you can restrict it here, actual and plan.
Okay, okay. Okay, clear.
Yeah.
Thanks.
No problem. So now I have checked my validations. So my last step is turn on the validations. So at what level the validation should apply? So my environment is fixed, and as I said, for each model you have a different validations. So I have created validations for training_plan. Now if you see here, the validations appear with three different aspects in the data load. One is journals. Journals is nothing but which are used in consolidation to post the adjustment entries. So at that level, if you want to have these validations to trigger, you can select on. Manual planning. Manual planning is both Excel as well as web. These are the two modes where you will use the input templates. So at this level, if you want to control, you can control it using manual planning. Data manager, which is used for data loading into the BPC system, either through flat file or BW load, whatever it might be. Any data loads into the BPC system. So these are the three levels which are normally the data entries in the BPC system. That is adjustment entries or any data entry into the BPC system happens with these three options. So at these three options, system is allowing you to select validation should be triggered or not. So if I want to have at manual planning level only, I can select on, and only at data level I can select on. Here, if I don't want these two places, I can select off. If I want at three places, I can select on. So according to my requirement, I can select which place I want to trigger the validation. So at present, we are testing the system, our validations using the Excel input template. So I selected manual planning as on in order to see our results. Save validation settings. Once you save, validation settings are saved successfully. Now go back. I'll just keep the rule maintenance open so that we can refer back. Now first rule is Australia entity and category should be actual and product should not be product here. We'll go to the Excel. And we'll select the entity as Australia to test our first rule. So I'm putting say third party sales. Say 111. What I am saying, it should be only actual and it should not be any other value. So what I am selecting, it should be actual only and product should not be product A. So as per that condition, I am selecting product C and I am selecting forecast. So which should not allow me to save the data. Okay, I am entering third party sales. And I try to save data where my category is not actual. Now if you see, system is showing category validation, that is failed 001. What is my category validation 001? It is my dimension should be actual only. It should not be any other member. That is why validation rule is failing and it is rejecting the records. Now I'll make that as actual. And now I'll post the value. Okay, now save data. Now system will allow me to save the data because both the conditions, category and product conditions, have been satisfied. See, system is allowing me to store the data because product C, which is not equal to product A as per our condition, and category is equal to actual, which is the condition. Both have been satisfied. Now I'll make it as product A and then we'll see whether it will show the product related information also. Now try to save the data. So on the right hand side, one condition is satisfied, that is category is equal to actual, but product condition is being failed. Product validation rule has been failed. Product A is not allowed for dimension product for this particular validation rule. That is why you have to make it as either B or C. To make it B and try to save data. When both conditions are satisfied, then only you can save the data if you are having multi conditions on the right hand side. That's okay. So this is how system will allow you to use the validations. We'll just check the second validation also, where we are having only one condition. So here, if entity is China, it should allow to enter only in the product B. Category might be any category. So I'll select entity as China. And what is the condition? Only product B. Now I'll select it as product A. So when entity is China, I should not be allowed to enter any data in product A, where I am having only one condition. So my category can be anything. See, product A is not a valid member as per rule 2. So as per rule 2, what is allowed? Only product B if entity is China. Now try to enter some data. And save data. It is allowed. So like this, you can create the validations and you can use the validations at manual planning level, which is Excel and web input template, data load, which is the data load into the BPC system, and through journals, which is the adjustment entries passed in the consolidation. So these three levels you can control the validations which you created in the backend, which are called master data validations. Mitesh is having a question, do we also have substitution in BPC? Exactly what do you mean by substitution, Mitesh? R3 means exactly, can you tell me the example so that I can say where is there any other option also available or not? Dinesh is having a question, is same validation available in 7.5? Yes, Dinesh, validation functionality is available in 7.5 also.
Krishna, this is Mitesh here. I was just
Hi
like
Mitesh.
a similar substitution just like what we have in R3. Like
Yeah.
if you have to change some product value, change some particular, replace with a particular dimensions or particular GL account or something like that when we make a consolidation, or we want to populate certain additional field attributes, the substitution can take care of it.
Yeah, that is what I'm saying. When you're talking about R3 system, you are talking about transaction level. Correct. So when I'm saying planning system, I don't want to take the data at the each transaction level. What I'm taking what I'm taking is not the transaction data. What I'm taking is a cumulative data which is already available, either for planning purposes or for consolidation purposes. I'm nowhere concerned with transaction level details. So when there is no transaction details, I cannot use the substitution rule at all. Because at each transaction level, you might have a different substitution that will be there, which cannot be imposed onto the BPC system, because BPC system always has balances, which is not the transaction level. Because of transaction system is there at transaction level, analytical system always works on the balances, where you should not be allowed to do the substitutions. So that is why SAP has not provided the substitution facility in BPC system. Is it clear, Mitesh? Okay. So this is with respect to the validations. So till now, today's class we discussed about complex reporting using the EPM formulas. By tomorrow or by next class, I'll try to find out the link where you can download the EPM user guide, where you have all the options with respect to the different EPM functionalities. Meanwhile, you can go through the 430 book also, where they have given the important EPM functions with the examples also. You can go through it and you can understand that EPM functionalities. And then we discussed about the comment section. With EPM formulas, you can use it for going for a line item level comment. Then we discussed on the validations part. So these are the 3 topics we discussed. If you are having any doubts, please let me know so that we'll clear those. Yeah, no problem, Dinesh. Go ahead. Yeah, you can ask the questions because we have completed our session for today, because it's only 10-15 minutes left. So even if I start any of the topic, I cannot give the basic introduction also. So we'll target next topic in tomorrow's class. So if you have any questions, please let me know. So if anybody is interested to stay back, they can stay back and listen. Yeah, Dinesh, we have 7.5 MS and thinking to upgrade to 10.0 NW. Yes, Dinesh, for these purposes, SAP has provided the migration thing. So when you are upgrading to 10, SAP consultant will help you to do the migration. So in 10, if you are having HANA as a database, you can move to 10 or 10.1 also. But at present, nobody is suggesting 10.1 because of the complexities and the stabilization perspective. So on HANA also you can install 10. Then no point in 10.1, Dinesh. If they want consolidation, then there is no question at all. You have to go for 10. Then no need of what you can call what about the database they are having SQL? Yeah, anyway they are having a HANA. HANA will be the BW database. On top of HANA, BPC will sit. Like MS version on top of SQL, how it is sitting. For NetWeaver version on top of HANA, BPC will sit. So in 7.5, how you used to create SQL queries and all, those things you can use it the BW system to run the reports and all, which is much simpler than SQL, where you have to give all the comments to retrieve the data in the backend. And I think in MS version you are using SSIS packages to load the data and all. That will be process change in your BW system, which is predefined by SAP. Any other questions? Exactly, I don't have any information or knowledge on MS to NetWeaver migration, because only SAP does. If it is a NetWeaver to NetWeaver migration, it is a simple migration through normal EVDRE migration you can do. This is 7.5 migration to 10 migration. But I am not sure from MS to NW, only SAP has to be contacted for that. See, BobJ is mainly for dashboard and a reporting tool, where postmortem analysis only can be possible. In BPC, you are doing the planning activity, consolidation activity, you are storing, and you are reporting. Where BPC has both writing capability as well as reporting capability, where only BobJ is only a reporting tool like your BW system. It only can do post-mortem analysis. You cannot enter any data in BW and you cannot work on BW like BobJ. It's only after you have entered the data, if you want to have any dashboarding analysis, that you can do it in BobJ. That is a wrong impression, Dinesh. See, if they want to do the planning and consolidation, what they will do? They will not do in ECC, they will not do in BobJ. Where they will do? They have to do it in BPC. BobJ is only a reporting tool where you have already done your planning and consolidation and you want to use that data in order to create reports in BobJ. You can use the BobJ. But the base thing, how to create the planning, how to create the consolidations, for that you need to have a BPC system. BobJ is only after consolidations and after planning is done, it can report on that data. Ganesh is having a question. If you have any overall picture of BPC, BPC 10 on HANA, focusing on the data movement, please share. It is 10 or 10.1, Ganesh? I did not get your point. BPC 1.0? Sparsh is having a question. Is journal entry functionality possible for standard planning? I did not get your point, Sparsh. When you are doing planning, why you want a journal entry feature? Journal entry will have a debit and credit facility where you need to have debit and credit postings happening at simultaneously. But when you are doing planning, why you want to do debit and credit level planning and then post the adjustments? Nobody will require a journal entry to be posted at the planning level. Only at consolidation level to do the consolidation adjustment, not the operational level adjustments. Like your subsidiary has considered it as a WA finished good, but when you are looking from a group perspective, it should not be considered as a finished good, it should be considered as a WIP only. So at that level, in order to post the adjustment entries at the group level, people use the journal entry feature. So I don't see the purpose of using the planning place to use the journals. If you have any special requirement, let me know so that I can explain you in detail. Yeah, as I said, Sparsh, it's for consolidation, it is more relevant because journal entries are posted at the consolidation level. At planning level, I have not seen anybody using the journal entries. Dinesh is having a question. Would you help for certification? Those interested could request for extra classes and could pay fees. Dinesh, there is no need to have an extra classes and there is no need to pay extra fees also. Whatever we are discussing all the topics in the BPC system. So after classes, if you go through 420, 430 and 440 books, it is more than enough to clear the certification. And no need to have extra classes, no need to have extra fees also. Everything we are going to cover, and no need to refer through lot of documentation also. Whatever I am hearing from last few batches also, after classes, if they have knowledge on the concept, knowledge is more important. Along with the concept knowledge, if you read through the books, it is more than sufficient. So I don't foresee any extra classes, any extra fees also. But what I suggest is please have a conceptual knowledge of each of the concepts in the BPC system so that you can handle the questions properly. Yes, Dinesh, I suggest read the books along with the classes, because in books you will have other examples also. which will be there in the, which we will not be discussing, because like planning and consolidation, which is analytical system, for each client you will have a different requirement. So we cannot say this is the only requirement in this client place and it only works for all the clients. Like ECC, there will be a predefined format. Wherever there is a little change, we will go for ABAP coding and all. But here, for each client, it is a different requirement. You have to understand the client requirement and match it with the BPC related objects. So when you come to analytical system, it is little different compared to your ECC system. Ganesh is having a question. Sorry, I was not able to hear you. You can answer if you have any overall picture of. Yeah, that is Ganesh. That is what I'm asking. Is it BPC 1.0 means BPC 10 on HANA? Dinesh, I have not seen many projects have become problematic. Whatever the projects I have seen are most of the projects are successful only. I have heard less projects becoming unsuccessful. It's not because of customization issues. It is because of the consultants with limited knowledge. They are working as a solution consultants and providing the solution. It's not the system problem. It's because BPC at initial stages are having very less consultant who has worked on the BPC system, and who have learned the consolidation, planning and consolidation. They started working, and they are providing the solutions without much knowledge and all. At initial stages, we have some projects that have problems. But after 10 implementation and last 1.5 years, I have not seen much of the projects as a failure projects with respect to BPC 10. I am saying. Yeah, 5 and 7, there are a lot of problems, Dinesh. I totally agree with you. 7 is a total failure product. There are a lot of bugs. That is why 7.5 has released immediately. In 7.5 also there are a lot of limitations like what we discussed here. But after 10, they have cleared so many problems. They have rectified so many errors and all. But 10 is, I can say, as more stable version with respect to BPC. So 10, I have seen very less projects going for a failure kind of a thing, total failure. Any other questions? Somebody is asking tomorrow what we will discuss. Tomorrow we will discuss on the data load functionality.
Krishna, this is Mitesh here. I was just going to the BPC 410 book, and it seems like
410 is for Microsoft version.
A lot of technical details in 410 and 420. So, what is the book you ask us to recommend that we should start with? Is it 430 is the right book to start with?
No, that is what I am saying. 410 is for Microsoft version, which is of more technical nature because you have SQL commands and all. 420 is the BPC administration book for NetWeaver. And okay, 430 is for reporting and data load. 440 is for purely consolidation.
Right. So should we, because right now whatever the concepts you taught us is more from the book 430. So
not 430, 420 also. I'll just show you. So we will be covering the topic by topic wise. 430 we are covering because in order to understand these topics, we need to see the end result also, example also. That's why we covered 430. See, these are more of modeling aspects which we discussed, and then architecture. These some places they are given more technical. No need to understand that much technical details also. Not that much required. And if you see here, we discussed on environment creation, dimensions, models, security we'll discuss later, and then parameters, and then how to log in into EPM add in Excel. Tomorrow we are going to discuss on the data manager, and then logics, and then business workflows. Right now we discussed on the validating master data, which we discussed right now.
Right.
So we are going topic by topic wise. This is 420, which is more of an administrative nature. What I can say is a customization. And the end result of customization where we see in the reporting part, that is 430. So in order to understand what we have configured to see the results, so we are doing simultaneously 420 and 430.
Okay.
Now if you see here, we use report editor, member selection, how we need to do, formatting, multi-sourcing, EVDRE, that is what I said, EPM reporting, and then web client, which we have discussed in our first or second class, web reporting, web input template. Okay, so Word and PowerPoint we need to discuss, business process flows we need to discuss. As I said, distribution and collection is not that much important because we are using the documents in 10 directly. And we discussed on the spread trend weight functionalities, and we discussed on the comment right in today's class. This migration, as I said, if you are having 7.5 to 10 migration, we have to use EVDRE migration option, which I have shown you. So all these things are basically 430 and 420 we are covering simultaneously. 420 is more of administrative nature. 430 is towards the reporting part using the Excel reporting functionalities and all. And 440 is purely consolidation.
Okay. And 410, how much you expect the questions in certification comes from that? Because it looks to be much more technical in nature rather than functional.
Yeah, as I said, MS version and NetWeaver version, the only change that will occur is only towards the data loading, because here we will be loading the data into the cubes. There it will be SSIS, MS cubes. So the data loading functionalities, all those architecture will change. But with respect to MS version, maximum 1 or 2 questions you will get, because SAP itself never suggests to go for MS version. SAP always suggests NetWeaver version because they have to sell their BW also.
Right. Okay. Understood.
But still SAP is providing MS version because there are a lot of clients who are using which is the older version of SAP, that is Outlook Soft, which is a third-party product which has been acquired by SAP, and they renamed it as BPC, and they have done so many modifications. So originally Outlook Soft is having on SQL database. So they are already having so many clientele which are using SQL as a database. On top of it, they are using Outlook Soft. So for them, for doing the upgradation, they are supporting the MS version till now. But 10.1 doesn't have Microsoft version. It's only on HANA.
Krishna,
so I don't know.
Also heard that SAP is going to stop enhancing the Microsoft version. Is that true? Because if that's the case, that means NetWeaver is the only future for BPC.
Yeah, as far as I understand, they are stopping it, because if you see till 10, they have released both the version, Microsoft, NetWeaver. If you see 10.1, even though it is not fully stabilized version, they are supporting 10.1 only on the HANA database, not on Microsoft database. So if you are going for 10.1, there is no MS version at all. So as far as I know, they might be stopping after 10, okay, whatever is the latest version.
Thanks, Krishna.
No problem. Any other question? Okay. Suppose is having a question. In case of planning, our company wants to plan the initial budget and subsequently if there are any changes, they want to do them through journal vouchers. It is not at all recommended way of doing Sposh. Your solution consultant has to strictly say that it should not be through journal voucher. It should be through a different category that is called a supplementary budget or additional budget. You capture that budget, initial budget in the initial category, and any additional budget in the additional budget or supplementary category. So when you are using the journal voucher, you are hitting the initial budget only. So you are overwriting the initial budget. That is not at all the recommended way. And I don't know who has suggested the using of journal voucher. If it is client, they are not aware of the BPC, so it is not the correct way of handling the BPC system. Because even if you are passing the journal vouchers, you are using the category initial budget only. So if already 100 is there, now you are putting 50, system will overwrite with 50. So when I want to refer back to my original initial budget, what I will do? I don't have information. So it's not at all a perfect practice to use the JVs in the planning. You want to capture the initial budget in a separate category called initial budget, like actual, plan, forecast. You create another category called initial budget and create another category called additional budget. When you are doing the additional budget, choose the category as additional budget. So whenever I want to compare, my initial budget is 100, my additional budget is 110. So my total budget is combination of these two is 110. I hope, Sparsh, I have cleared your question. Okay. Any other questions? Okay. Thank you, everyone. We'll meet in our tomorrow's class.